Hello everyone, welcome to day 2 of the Checkmate Tourney's quarterfinals. My name is Myxieneo, and today I'm going to be commentating with Sikey a little bit later on, but for now you're just off with me. So the brackets we're going to be covering today are Andromeda versus Halcyon first up, followed by GGK and SugarBabies later at 6:30 p.m. EST. Please look forward to that. Yesterday we got to see Ghost versus Discord Kittens, and I believe it was Ghost who will be proceeding on to the semifinals. We'll also be having Omega versus Activators tomorrow. That will be at 2 p.m. EST, I believe. So please look forward to that as well. Now, first things first, we are going to be having Halcyon and Andromeda. We got to see lots of great gameplay from both teams last week. The rosters are pretty interesting. I think they have been shuffled for a little bit of teams, but Andromeda, we have a couple of hunters on their side. We saw a lot of Enderton's gameplay last week, so I believe he will be a sub-hunter. He played Hermit and Undead, really solid matches where he got a 4-man with Hermit and a 3-man elimination with Undead. We're going to be having Tsumetsu and possibly Nebulosa playing today, but otherwise we have Perseus playing for Survivor. There's Perseus, Philo, Sucre, and Hug Alex. We got to see Perseus play some Forward and Patient last week. Philo played some Perfumer and Priestess, and Sucre played some Mercenary, while Hug Alex played some Magician. Really solid stuff. As for Halcyon, we got to watch Algies, their hunter, play Hermit, Feaster, and Clerk. This was some really intense gameplay to start off, and we saw Algies start off with Hermit, getting a 4-man, getting a tie with Feaster, and then finishing off with a 4-man elimination with Clerk. Their serve lineup is Forbidden, Unoya, Bunny Bun Bun, and No More. They were a really great combination, had some amazing teamwork as well as some versatile persona webs, so please look forward to seeing some of that. We saw Ford play lots of Prospector, we saw him play Batter, we saw Unoya play Priestess, Postman, and Psychologist, we saw Bunny play Acrobat, Entomologist, and Prisoner, and we saw No More playing Gravekeeper and Embalmer. Definitely some really interesting picks for both teams, and I'm really looking forward to whether or not they'll go for some similar strategies that they went and similar compositions like last week, or if they're going to go with something completely different. We are going to be seeing different hunters, especially from the Andromeda side as well. So that's definitely something to look forward to. Now, with so many matches happening last week, there are quite a number of stats I get to share with you all. And it does look like our most picked map was the Red Church. Definitely a really solid pick. Quite balanced for both hunters and survivors. A really great map to support your teammates if you are Serv. And the most picked survivor was Mercenary. Definitely a solid choice no matter what map you're playing, though there was definitely a good deal of Mercenary bans throughout the entire tourney last week. Of course, the #1 most banned survivor will be Seer. He was utilized whenever he wasn't banned, but for the most part, we did see a lot of Seer bans first and foremost, especially in that first round. We are going to have the Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel tied as the most picked hunter so far in this tournament, as well as the Dream Witch as the most banned hunter. Another really solid choice. Everyone who did play Dream Witch was really tough to go up against. They really put a lot of pressure on the rest of the survivor that they were going up against. And yeah, another thing to note is that Seer, being the most banned survivor, another thing to note, it was 31 times that Seer was banned. So definitely a really solid choice. Definitely hard to utilize Seer. Getting the opportunity to utilize Seer, but rest assured that whenever Seer was utilized, it did work out quite well. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some more different picks. I know that regardless of the meta, there were also lots of bans that were kind of directed towards the players that were in play for those specific matches. We saw quite a number of barmaid bans. We saw some female dancer bans, even just yesterday. And I think definitely it'll be interesting to see what the bans will be, as well as the picks. Definitely hoping for more off meta. And I hope you'll all look forward to that. If there are any characters that you're interested in seeing, please feel free to leave them in the chat. It's always a pleasure to see what survivors and hunters that people may be rooting for, as well as your teams. And of course, all of the survivors and hunters that get to be played in rank are also available for this tournament. So it's pretty free game. The possibilities are quite endless. Now it does look like Andromeda got to choose which map to ban. And it looks a little bit pixelated on my end. But it does look to be Sacred Heart Hospital. Perfect, thank you. And the map that Halcyon selected, hopefully that's Lakeside. Yes, Lakeside Village. Definitely an interesting choice for first pick, especially with Halcyon as the survivors. Lakeside Village is one of the largest maps within the Identity V game, of course. And I do think that with them as survivors, it gives room for more opportunities. Halcyon has proven that they really work great as a team. They've shown some really impeccable teamwork, especially at the start of the games. They really start off strong. I remember there was the first match in Moonlit River Park last week where their most vulnerable survivor on the team, it was the prisoner. I believe it was Bunny Bun Bun. They got the first chase, but Forbes swooped in with their batter and really helped prisoner transition to a different area, as well as took over the kite. So we can definitely look forward to seeing some really impeccable Halcyon teamwork. Another thing to note about their team is the persona webs that they tend to carry. I definitely remember something that struck out to me with the tournament is that they had a composition where no one brought Tide. And of course, I think that's definitely something to fear if you're in a rank match setting, but Halcyon really made it work. They were able to clutch a tie, kite things out really well. I know Forbes Prospector is quite impressive. With No More's Embalmer, they know just when to use that coffin and where to place it. Yunoya, really excellent support with their Priestess, Postman, and Psychologist picks as well. So we are going to be proceeding to the ban and pick selection shortly, and the Andromeda Hunter is going to opt for the Mercenary ban first and foremost. Really solid choice for Lakeside because Mercenary is one of those characters that with those elbow pads, you can use it to not only dodge hits from the hunter, but close in that distance between you and another survivor that may be on the chair. The chairs are really spread out on this map. It's good to take away the hunter in some areas, but of course, you sacrifice the closer proximity with your team. We are going to be seeing Priestess and Seer as their first lock-ins by Halcyon, and that is definitely a really solid choice. Priestess is so strong on this map as she is on any map with those portals, lots of great areas that she can set up portals for support and that long world portal to get teammates out of any sticky situations that may occur. And of course there is Seer. We did go over the stats and he was the most banned character. but giving that opportunity for the Seer in play is a great opportunity for Halcyon to support one another. We are going to be seeing a batter ban next, and honestly, I am for this choice. They have Forbidden on their team, and Forb really utilized the batter right away. There were some really solid hits with the bats, but of course, it does give room for Forb to utilize Prospector. We are going to be seeing Gravekeeper lock-in as their third pick, followed by an Acrobat ban. Acrobat is another ban we've been seeing quite a bit, but we've also seen a lot of excellent Acrobat gameplay as well in this tournament. Now our final lock-in is going to be Prisoner. He's definitely a really solid decoder, I would say probably the strongest decoder pick on such a large map. Despite the distance and the higher chance of transmission loss, there's just a lot of ciphers that are harder to get to. It's a really spread out map, but Prisoner can deal with the cipher control a lot better and help communicate with their team which ciphers need to be decoded. Now we are going to have the Halcyon survivors select their persona webs before the Andromeda hunter selects their hunter. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they pick. I'm sure they'll have at least Gravekeeper bringing that tide turner, but you never know. Halcyon is always full of surprises. We can definitely see some. I think Flywheel would definitely be a really solid choice. In the first round, there's no hunter that you get to ban. All of the hunters are on the table, and there's always that possibility of the breaking wheel. But breaking wheel is, as mentioned by a lot of commentators before me, breaking wheel has been pretty hard countered by the incorporation of flywheel effect. So I definitely think that we will be seeing some flywheel. And yes, okay, the persona webs are in, and it does look like we are going to be having 2 members of the team bringing flywheel effect. We are going to be having one of them bring broken windows, of course, and it looks like that is going to be the Seer. Definitely a solid choice, especially if Seer wants to utilize those vaults later on. It might be a little bit risky after using the Owl, since he vaults a bit slower after that's used. But you know, broken windows, giving that speed boost can matter a lot. And Halcyon does have some pretty solid kiters on the team. And of course, Gravekeeper will be bringing that tide turner. I think Gravekeeper is also a really great alternative to Mercenary here. That shovel can get him to greater distances a bit faster, and of course you can use it to drop down into basement. You can use it to tank any hits, so long as the hunter hits you. But of course there is room for some chip hit hunters first pick. We've seen a lot of Sculptor as well in this tournament, and I definitely think that Sculptor can be used to get Gravekeeper out of that shovel. But it does look like we are going to be seeing Bloody Queen as our first hunter pick by Andromeda. I'm really pleasantly surprised. You see Bloody Queen banned so often in rank, or at least during my rank, but I don't think she's quite up there in terms of the meta. As long as you can avoid those mirrors, not feeder those basic hits, you're pretty much good to go. But definitely an interesting choice, especially with this team composition. I feel like Seer and Gravekeeper are a bit of a threat to Bloody Queen, who is so single hit and really reliant on the mirror. But I definitely think that Bloody Queen is a really solid choice on Lakeside as well, using that mirror to close in distance between the survivors and having the capability of harassing survivors on those ciphers. Now it does look like they'll have to switch over. We're going to be seeing Forbidden on Seer, no more as Gravekeeper. Bunny Bun Bun as prisoner, and Yunoya as priestess. Yeah, this is a pretty awesome team. We did see No More, Bunny Bun Bun, and Yunoya play these characters last week. Definitely interested in seeing Forbidden play that Seer. We've seen them play pretty much harassers. So having them as this sort of support role is going to be great to watch. We are going to be having, yeah, Bunny Bun Bun chooses to opt for that big boat spawn. Definitely a really strong area. It could have been Priestess as well, but Priestess is going to opt for that shack. We're going to have Seer over at the small broken boat and have Tsumetsu spawn in the middle. This gives Tsumetsu quite a bit of options. Good luck to both teams. This is the Andromeda Hunter versus the Halcyon Survivors in the first half of the first round. Now it does seem like Tsumetsu is gonna opt for that small boat spawn first, where we are going to be seeing Forbidden. I think Forbidden did a really great job crouching though and lured Mary away. We are going to be seeing Yunoya as our first chase over here. And Yunoya is going over to the cornfield area, really far away from the rest of the team. Oh, and they are going to have a little bit of a mind game here. And Tsumetsu gets their first hit, getting that without that pallet stun, but Yunoya is going to be utilizing the portals here by Shack. Now, we are going to be having Bloody Queen with Blink, of course, and that Blink is going to be online in about 10 seconds. But Yunoya is transitioning over to the small boat area, another really strong area for Priestess, but great mirror by the Hunter, and Yunoya is going to go down here. Ooh, so there is a newer chair over by the small boat, which does force Forb off that cipher. We are going to have Forb with that wanted order, however, but he still has that owl. Now, it is a little bit early for Forb to go in for that rescue, and keep in mind that the only person bringing Tide on this team is the Gravekeeper. Excellent hit on Forb. We are going to see Priestess go down here once again. Unfortunately, there wasn't able to be that utilization of the owl just yet, but we might see it over here. Oh, there's the blink, and no owl quite yet. We are going to be seeing a double down situation. Now, this is a really tough call. We are still at 4 ciphers remaining. One of those ciphers being at this small boat specifically. No More has already started a different cipher with Bunny Bun Bun on that big boat cipher, nearly finished, but No More opts for that shovel usage, trying to get to that chair in time. Definitely a good choice because he was decoding over at the Broken Shack area by left shore. You really want to be conscious of your time on this map, considering how big it is. And yeah, there we go. We do have No More approaching the chair. I do think Tsumetsu is going to wait things out, and there we go. Gets a hit on Gravekeeper, so Gravekeeper is able to get that rescue. And oh, excellent owl by Forb! That really buys Yunoya some more time to get farther away. Oh, an excellent portal. Tsumetsu was really chasing for that mirror image and forcing her to switch. Now, Yunoya has transitioned over to a tri-pallet area, but does look like they're going over to the big boat. Oh, excellent double backing by Yunoya. Tsumetsu did have to double back as well. It does look like the dungeon has spawned close by. Oh, an excellent flywheel that does get Yunoya past the pallet. It does seem like... Yeah, there we go. Yunoya is going to go down here, and unfortunately, this is going to be their third chair. Great kite by Yunoya. Definitely a really great rebound right here. It's now going to be No More taking over that small boat cipher, and it does look like No More is also going to be the next target. So Tsumetsu is gonna switch over here, and nice terror shock by the hunter. They're definitely playing a bit of a waiting game right there. And oh, unfortunately, the connection on this small boat cipher is going to get turned off just before it can get primed or popped. We do see Bunny Bun Bun closing in. Now they haven't utilized the shock all game yet, so we might see that shock right here, but Tsumetsu is being quite conscious of this. But so is Bunny. Really great discipline. It's really easy to accidentally get hit. Oh, excellent flywheel to avoid that hit right there. We are going to be getting a bit of an early rescue, but after getting hit like that, it was a pretty necessary choice. We are going to be seeing the prisoner targeted, but excellent body block with the shovel by the Gravekeeper. It does look like Tsumetsu is going to focus on the prisoner, however, who is just trying to get this done. Unfortunately, is going to get terror shocks right here, but the cipher is quite primed. Ooh, Tsumetsu is going to opt for that abnormal. Really, really tough situation for Halcyon right now. That was going to be their last cipher. The only other ciphers are going to be that corner right there that we saw Bunny in, as well as the Shack cipher. Those are in quite close proximity to Tsumetsu, so it's really easy for them to guard both. Now it does look like we're going to be seeing no more chase a bit, but Tsumetsu is doing a really good job pressuring the serve as well as guarding the chair. Oh, excellent hit through the window, but it does allow Forbidden to go and rescue Bunny Bun Bun. Now, we are going to be seeing Tsumetsu go for Forb. Excellent pallet stun. We did see Tsumetsu walk through those pallets a lot, so I think it was only a matter of time, but excellent sandwich situation right here with the mirror. It does, however, give Prisoner and Gravekeeper a bit of time to heal up. And yeah, Gravekeeper did almost have that heal primed. They're really pushing for this cipher right here. And I think Bunny is really trying to hide from the hunter. Yeah, we are going to be seeing Bunny rescue Forbidden right here. It was definitely a really solid choice trying to hide out while no more was distracting the hunter. But unfortunately, we are going to be having abnormal on the cipher once again. I do believe the prisoner was able to rescue right after Haps, so we are going to be seeing Forb on their second chair. Definitely a really, really tight situation here, but with Prisoner, I think Prisoner has been chaired at least once. They could opt for a dungeon escape. But it does look like Prisoner is going to push for that rescue and does get it in, but Seer is going to go down right here. They may still have their self-pickups. We are going to be seeing Forb eliminated right here. Great plays, Forb. But the Gravekeeper might get slugged out here. Gravekeeper hasn't used the self-pickup yet, though, because we did see Prisoner pick them up earlier. Prisoner is moving away from the ciphers, however. It does give the opportunity for Gravekeeper to decode, possibly prime, but nope. Unfortunately, Prisoner is going to go down here, and Bloody Queen will switch over to the ciphers. If Prisoner has not used the exit path just yet, there's definitely that possibility. Maybe they could also crawl. I've definitely seen that utilized in a tournament before, another fan tourney. But you never know. Yeah, there we go. We are going to be seeing Bunny Bun Bun pick themselves up. And Tsumetsu is in search of the Gravekeeper, though. Excellent utilization of the mirror. Flipping the mirror helps Tsumetsu really find the Gravekeeper right here. And unfortunately, the Gravekeeper will not be able to pick himself up after this. Now, Tsumetsu is going to just break the connection that Bunny Bun Bun just set up. We might have a situation where Bunny Bun Bun will fight for that dungeon. But honestly, really solid choice to push for at least 1 point. If Andromeda gets the lead right here, that will give them 5 points right off the bat. Oh, Tsumetsu does mirror over to the Shack Cypher. That was the only other Cypher that wasn't here in the area. We did see Bunny Bun Bun connect the Shack Cypher as well as the Corner Cypher together. So I think that was definitely a good trick on the Prisoner's part. It does seem like Prisoner is going to circle back to heal up the Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper is probably primed right now. Really interesting call. Though Gravekeeper is also past half health, and we are going to be seeing that that heal. Bunny Bun Bun was also really close to getting Crow, so I think going for that heal does count as an interaction to avoid those crows. Having Gravekeeper get picked up here does just kind of bleed him out a bit faster, I believe. Perhaps we are going to be seeing Bunny Bun Bun tap a Cypher to again avoid crows, but it is a bit of a waiting game now. I'm sure Tsumetsu is aware of that other Cypher. We are going to be seeing Tsumetsu mirror elsewhere, just to see if Bunny Bun Bun happens to be on that side. Maybe they feel like Bunny Bun Bun could be going for another heal to pick up that prisoner, but Bunny Bun Bun is long gone. Yeah, we're going to see another usage of the connection right here. Luring Tsumetsu over, I believe. But I don't think Tsumetsu is going to fall for it. Yeah, it's definitely hard to get that. Oh, we are going to be seeing Tsumetsu finally lock sight of the prisoner here. It's definitely going to be a fight for a dungeon. I'm sure Prisoner does have a shock right now. But he's gonna really have to stay strong right here, because the Gravekeeper still has quite a bit of health to bleed out from. I do think it is good that... Oh, unfortunately, we are going to be seeing Prisoner get down here. It was a really nice usage of Flywheel Effect, but unfortunately, it was a bit too early to avoid that hit. Congratulations to Andromeda for the 4-man elimination, a really solid start. Let's have a look at those stats right now. We did see Priestess as our first kite, 76 seconds. We saw Seer with the 69 seconds, as well as the 2 rescues and 1 pallet strike. And we saw Gravekeeper with 102 containment time and a rescue. And Prisoner did 3 rescues, 2 heals, and 133 seconds. That's definitely an MVP right here, but Halcyon did a really great job pushing for as far as they can with this match. Excellent job by Tsumetsu. Really strong pressure. I think they had a really good grip on these survivors right here. And yeah, they really kept Halcyon on their toes. But this is not the end. This is really just the beginning. I know if you were there for Halcyon's matches last week, I think they also started off with a 4-man elimination. Their matches were all pretty solid, but they still got a lot of surprises in their pockets, so do look forward to that. We are going to be seeing the Halcyon Hunter up next, however, versus the Andromeda Survivors. And as of right now, Andromeda is in the lead by 5 points. Now, that was a really great match to watch. I don't necessarily have any complaints, though I feel like if there's one thing worth mentioning, I'm sure the match could have gone a little bit differently had anyone else, such as the Seer, bringing Tide. I think the Priestess was unfortunately not able to do a redemption kite off that first chair, but we did see that redemption kite off the second chair, and I just think that getting downed a little bit earlier to a Bloody Queen does put survivors at a little bit of a disadvantage. But of course, it wouldn't be Halcyon without interesting team compositions as well as persona builds. So I definitely think that it was still a really great match to watch. We are going to be moving on to the ban and pick selection for the second half, and that's going to be the Andromeda Survivors versus the Halcyon Hunter. We are going to be having Algi's play for Halcyon next, and I'm really excited to see who they play. They had some really off-meta picks last week and really shone through. They had that Hermit, the Feaster, the Clerk, which they clutched some 4-mans as well as a tie with. They did opt for that Seer ban first thing. I mean, we saw it earlier, just the strength of the Seer. Despite all those nerfs, utilizing that owl to buy Priestess more time to transition away from the small boat area over to the big rock and the outside of the big boat really did assist Priestess in getting that redemption kite. We are going to be seeing the Andromeda Survivors lock in as forward and mercenary first. You know, these are a bit of slower decoding survivors, but they make up for it with their abilities. Forwards got that rugby ball, and Mercenary's got those elbow pads. Mercenary also has that delayed damage. It does allow him to utilize a little bit more time, because the delay in damage does help, even if Mercenary is guaranteed to go down. Definitely would be solid to have 2 people carrying Tide, and of course forward as a rescuer, or rather former rescuer. I believe he was switched over to be an assist primarily, but still a rescuer in my heart. Another really solid choice for Tide Turner, but of course, we've seen the rugby ball utilized in a lot of different ways. You can definitely use it for a balloon rescue. You can use it right into the chair, getting a really long stun for a rescue while the hunter is chairing the survivor. We are going to be seeing a Priestess ban second thing. Definitely a really good choice. It's always great to ban the Priestess, especially on such a large map. We are going to be seeing Andromeda lock in as little girl third pick. I'm really interested in seeing how they utilize the little girl. You can really have a double-edged sword situation with little girl. It definitely requires a lot of discipline to use those pages because it's so easy to cancel the hunter's attack recovery, but utilizing it in the little girl's kites as well as another teammates can really make or break a kite. It can buy so much more time, especially getting more distance or transitioning to another area with that page. And of course, you can utilize the teleport. Oh, we are going to be seeing a patient ban as the last pick, and they are going to opt for the doctor. I think that's a really solid choice, especially considering how strong Algi's is with the hermit. I believe they're definitely on the hermit leaderboards. Their hermit is really no joke, but having that doctor in play does allow for doctor to really play as a tank. You know, matching the polarity of whoever may be kiting will allow them to kite so much longer, so long as doctor can match their polarity. But of course, considering Algi's skill with hermit, I'm sure there's lots of ways that he could still utilize hermit despite these counterplays that Andromeda is going for. Now, of course, we did have to have the survivors lock in their persona webs before the hunter gets to be chosen, but we are going to be having the double Tide Turner with the mercenary and forward, of course, and little girl is going to opt for that flywheel effect, with doctor opting for broken windows. I think Broken windows will definitely come in handy for Doctor. Despite the vaulting buff on those windows, there's a really good opportunity for Doctor to utilize that window vault. And of course, Doctor also has that Veterans boost, the additional seconds for that speed boost. Oh, and it does look like Algis is going to opt for Wax Artist. I don't think we've got to seen Algis utilize the Wax Artist in this tournament quite yet, but of course, definitely something a little bit more off meta and more unexpected, especially for the first round. I'm really excited to see how they utilize the Wax Artist, especially on such an open map. Uh, once Wax Artist gets to that full presence, he's definitely a huge threat, especially if you do not watch the ciphers that you're decoding. Um, we even saw it in the first match. If we're going to have a situation with the Wax Artist guarding the last 3 ciphers in such close proximity, it's really easy to get those ciphers waxed off. Even during mid-kite, he can wax off those windows that can really render Doctor's broken windows, for example, at a really disadvantage. But I do think it was a really solid choice for Andromeda to kind of go for that counterplay and force Algis to choose a different hunter. Now, there is a little bit more pressure on Algis, of course, because they really need to break even with Andromeda right here. Andromeda is in the lead by 5 points because we got to see Tsumetsu get a 5-point lead due to their 4-man elimination. And considering the team composition, it might have been more of a hermit counterplay, but the team is quite strong. You have mercenary, forward, and even little girl who can really get more distance on the wax artist. But of course, the wax artist also has the hot wax as well as the cold wax. Can definitely freeze them in place as well as injure them as a sort of double hit. I think those rescues will definitely be a little tougher. The forward and mercenary will definitely have to be conscious of how they use their time, especially on such a big map such as Lakeside. Now we will be proceeding to the custom match shortly. Just need to get those confirmations in, as well as all the technical difficulties smoothed out. But I am really excited to see who plays who. We did get to see, I believe it was Perseus, play forward last week as well as Patient. Perhaps that was why Patient was banned. He's a really strong choice on Lakeside Village as well, but Perseus did have some solid gameplay last week. We are going to be having Sucre as the mercenary. They played mercenary really well last week as well. And I'm eager to see whether or not it's going to be Philo or Hug Alex playing Doctor and Little Girl. Last week we saw Philo playing Perfumer and Priestess specifically, and Hug Alex was playing Magician. So this will definitely be interesting to watch them play as characters we haven't seen from them yet. Oh, okay, so it does look like we are going to be having Philo as the Doctor. Pretty impressive. They are currently the 16th Doctor. And Hug Alex is not that far behind on the leaderboards with a B badge for Little Girl. They are going to be the ones opting for Broken Windows and Flywheel Effect, respectively. And it does look like Perseus is again playing forward and Sucre as Merc. Really solid choices. I'm sure we will really be impressed by their gameplay. And it's going to be a lot of fun getting to watch Algaes play Wax Artist. Now let's see what sort of formation they're gonna go for. The wall formation is definitely one we see a lot. Definitely a solid choice. It does really force the hunter to choose a pair at least. We saw in the last match that Halcyon survivors allowed a space for the Bloody Queen to spawn in and have essentially 3 options to choose from. But yeah, we are going to be seeing Algae spawn over by the big rock. Now, this is definitely going to be a tough situation because it does look like he'll be closest to Mercenary, who's a really hard survivor to chase first. Good luck to both teams. This is the Andromeda survivors versus the Halcyon Hunter in the second half of the first round. Alright, we are going to be seeing the Hunter move over towards the small boat area. Now, Little Girl has since then moved away from her spawn, but Forward did take over the Cypher and is moving off for presumably the first kite. Yeah, it does look like we are going to be seeing Algaes committed to chasing Perseus first over here and getting to utilize that pallet, but it does look like the Wax Artist is not bringing fast pallet breaking. Perseus was able to utilize a bit of that rugby ball over to get to that window in time. Surprisingly, a lot of it. I think that was at least 20%. But the rest of the survivors here have gotten their ciphers. I know Philo is approaching that halfway mark, and so is Sucre, and Hug Alex has started a Shack cipher. Perseus is doing a really good job containing Algaes right here. And Algaes still has to get that hit on. We're gonna see that early hit. And a vault over here. Perseus was able to set up this pallet over there. And it does look like Algaes is bringing peepers, so we aren't going to be seeing Blink or anything quite yet. Perseus is opting for the tri-pallet area over here. Does really need to be careful of that cold wax. Oh, but excellent utilization of the rugby ball. Getting away and using the big rock over here to kind of act as the shield. But oh, we are going to be seeing Perseus go down right here. Lucky for Andromeda, they do have a pretty solid cipher progress. We are going to be seeing Sucre moving in for that rescue. And that cipher that he did have to leave behind can be taken over by both Hug Alex or Philo, who has started a new cipher over at Left Shore. Now we are going to be seeing Sucre using that elbow pad, getting away from all that wax. It does look like they're cutting it really close to half, but oh, unfortunately... Ooh, unfortunately, Perseus was pushed just after half. Now that is the danger of Wax Artist rescues. Getting that cold wax and freezing the rescuer does allow for them to get, to stall out. Oh, and getting to max presence by getting another hit on Perseus right here. Excellent, excellent job by Algaes. I definitely think that Perseus did an amazing first kite, but we are going to see them unfortunately get eliminated right here. Great, Algaes has opted for that teleport and going over to Philo before Philo can even finish that cipher. Philo's got quite a bit of cold wax right here as well. So if she can't get any heals in, we might even see a down Yeah, unfortunately, Philo is gonna go down right here. They're not able to finish that left shore cipher though. Oh, Hug Alex does seem to be on it. It does, however, force Mercenary on that last cipher. We could see the cipher get... Oh, unfortunately, the wax was just a bit too late, so Hug Alex was able to get to pop that cipher. Now, Hug Alex is doing a good job of buying some time here. They're not quite close to Philo, but it does give some time for Mercenary to prime that cipher. Oh! Unfortunately, the hot wax does get Hug Alex. Oh, nice usage of Flywheel. Oh, but the page. Oh no, oh my goodness. A lot of misplays right here. Unfortunately, Hug Alex tried to use the page to avoid that hit, but we did see the page go in a bit too late. Philo is going to expire on chair here, unless the Mercenary can get to them in time. No, unfortunately, Philo is going to get eliminated right here, and the Mercenary is guaranteed to go down. So Hug Alex here is the next target. They weren't able to get up in time. I think they definitely could have benefited from an earlier cipher pop, but it's just really hard in scenarios like that. Excellent page right here to get past that pallet and push Algae's away, but it's just a really, really tough situation. No pallet stun right here, and is going to go down to that hot wax. Things are looking good for Algae's because the pressure was really on for them to get that 4-man elimination to catch up in points. Little girl is on her second chair though. We could be seeing Mercenary go for that dungeon escape. It will be really tricky though because he will be at half health. He might opt to go for chest, but Algae's is pretty close behind. He could go for the gate as well. But there's that tinnitus. We're gonna have to get Sucre circling in, but I think Algae's may have caught sight of him or the blood trail. Oh, GG's. That charge hit really guaranteed that down. Of course, with detention, detention just running out. Detention still was active, so that delayed damage couldn't assist Mercenary there. Congratulations to Halcyon for the 4-man elimination. That ties both Andromeda and Halcyon for the first round. Let's have a look at those stats. We saw a really solid kite. Andromeda really started off strong with Perseus as forward, kiting for 91 seconds. Unfortunately, he was pushed after half by an excellent play by Algaes, using that cold wax to stop Mercenary from rescuing in time. Mercenary also kited for 65 seconds. Doctor for 21. Really unfortunate after getting teleported on after that elimination. And Hug Alex was 63. Yeah, really solid match, but unfortunately, Algaes was able to pull through and get that 4-man elimination. All right, so that was round one. We are wrapping things up and moving on to round two. We will be saying goodbye to Lakeside Village, but of course, there are quite a number of maps to still choose from. And, I think it was a really strong start to start off day two. They're really neck and neck right now, so it is back to Andromeda's Hunter to get ahead once more. But Halcyon is really no stranger to catching the other team off guard and pulling through by surprise. They really kept up with a consistent ties with the other team, No Fly Zone, that they went up against last week. Honestly, considering how strong both teams are, perhaps we can even see some overtime today. But yeah, I definitely think that the make or break situation for this match was really towards the end right there while Mercenary was priming that Cypher. Of course, it's always really hard to know when to pop when someone gets down to a secondary attack rather than a Hunter's like regular attack. Um, just a really unfortunate situation, and there could have been a lot of things that caused that late pop. It could have been some communication over VC. There's always a little bit of VC delay, of course, but slower decoding on the Mercenary. It was just really unfortunate because Hug Alex did a pretty good job of buying some more time for that Cypher to get primed, but of course the Hot Wax really put it at a tight situation. Now it does look like Andromeda is going to shift their lineup a little bit. We're going to be having their hunter Tsumetsu sub out as a hunter and rejoin as a survivor. Always really nice to see dual faction players. So we are going to be seeing more of Tsumetsu. I don't think we really got to see them last week. So this is definitely a treat. We saw how strong they were with their Bloody Queen. You don't really see Bloody Queen in first round. So utilizing Bloody Queen and getting a 4-man elimination really shows how skilled they are. We are going to be having a Philo sub out, and the hunter for Andromeda next will be Nebulosa. I don't think we got to see much of them, if at all, as well, so I'm really interested in seeing how they play and what characters that they play as well. I'm really hoping for some more exciting picks. I definitely think that if Halcyon hasn't done a little bit of background checking on Nebulosa, it might be hard to figure out who to ban. I don't think that a target ban may happen next up. But I think for Halcyon, they have a fixed lineup as well. So we are going to be seeing more of Ford, more of Yunoya, Bunny, and No More, and Algae's, of course, as their hunter. And of course, the lineup for Andromeda is going to be Perseus, Tsumetsu, Sucre, and Hug Alex as their survivors, as well as Nebulosa as their hunter for round 2. Now, I'm really excited to see what maps get chosen. Maybe we will get to see a more smaller map, a more safer map. I'm definitely anticipating some Ever Sleeping Town, maybe some Red Church. I believe that it was Red Church as our most used, our most selected map, according to the stats. But who knows, we might even see Arms Factory. It would be fun to really see some Leo's Memory. I don't think we've seen much of Leo's Memory throughout the tournament. It does look like we are going to be getting the Red Church band. And Moonlit River Park is going to be the next map we're going to get these teams playing in. Another large map to play in. I'm definitely interested in seeing how this pans out. I was going to say I would be really interested in seeing some Hermit gameplay. We did get to see some of Algae's Hermit. I believe it was on Moonlit as well. But of course, considering the Andromeda counter picks towards that Hermit, they might opt for a Hermit ban. And speaking of Algaes, it does look like we are going to be seeing Halcyon hunt first. So we're going to be seeing more of Algaes. I do think that opting for counter picks is always good, but now that they can ban a hunter, they can ban that hermit and then focus more on playing characters that they haven't got the chance to play quite yet, or characters that they may also main. Of course, we did see We saw Philo and Hug Alex playing as some other characters that they are on the leaderboards for, but last week we did see some Perfumer and Priestess gameplay. We saw some Magician. I'm wondering what Survivor Tsumetsu will be playing since they subbed out for Philo. And I'm wondering who Algies will play as Hunter. We see that Algies has such a big scope of hunters to use. We've seen Hermit, Feaster, Clerk. We just saw them play Wax Artist. So I'm wondering if we're going to see someone completely different. Now, it does look like they are going to go for a Priestess Seer ban first thing. Now that we're in the second round, both teams get a bit more bans. So we are going to be starting off with 2. We'll be getting that Hermit ban as well. Really solid choice. Really solid choice for both teams. We saw the utilization of both Priestess and Seer. And this map is just really so strong for them. Having those portals in play to support teammates just really gives survivors a lot of opportunities to get away from the Hunter, as well as Seer's Owl. It does look like Andromeda is going to opt for Mercenary and Acrobat as their first 2 lock-ins. Once again, Mercenary is a really, really solid rescuer. I do think he was our most played survivor, and rightfully so. I mean, he has those elbow pads to close in that distance, that delayed damage, longer chair time. Acrobat is also a really solid choice. He's definitely rising in popularity. You'll see him a lot in tournaments as well. And we are going to be seeing Magician. I think we'll definitely get to see Hug Alex be playing more of Magician. And the bans after that were Forward as well as Patient. Really solid choices. Patient is a really strong pick on this map considering the amounts of heights. But with that being said, we are going to be seeing a female dancer lock-in as their last pick. Now, I believe this might be Tsumetsu's pick, but I think she's great on Moonlit River Park. There's a lot of heights to drop down from, and the thing with Dancer is that when you drop from a height, you get a little bit of a speed boost. I believe it's for 2 seconds, 50% speed boost. I know it's always risky dropping down with a Hunter, but when you take that vault, you can really have that speed boost come into play and get away from the Hunter before even getting a hit for them. And of course, Forward was a really solid ban choice as well. We saw Perseus do such a strong first kite. Now, the persona webs are settled before the Hunter gets to be chosen, and it does look like we are going to be seeing double tide turner once again. This is going to be the Mercenary, of course, as well as the Acrobat. Now, Magician is going to opt for Flywheel Effect, and Female Dancer is going to opt for Broken Windows. Again, utilizing that Broken Windows off of those vaults, especially if you've already utilized that drop speed boost, definitely really works well. The Female Dancer speed boost with the drop works even if you don't vault. If you fall from any height, it will kick in, so having Broken Windows as another alternative is really beneficial for making Female Dancer much harder for the Hunter to chase. And it does look like we're going to be seeing more Wax Artist gameplay by Algies. Now, we just got to see that in the previous match, and Algies is no joke. I think after getting that full presence, we just saw a lot of balance between the cold wax and the hot wax, the utilization of the wax on ciphers. Just really excellent plays, and considering the terrain on Moonlit River Park, I think there's definitely more room for cipher pressure. There's more room for cutting off survivors' routes. I'm really interested in seeing if Algies is going to once again opt for the peepers. I feel as though the peepers weren't utilized as much, but as soon as that teleport was online, switching over, it really made Algae's catch up to Andromeda, who had such a lead on him. Now, yes, it does look like we are going to be seeing Hug Alex as Magician, Tsunetsu on Female Dancer, Sucre as Mercenary, and Perseus as Acrobat. I'm really curious to see where they choose to spawn as well. I would love to see the utilization of the roller coaster as well. Though, to be honest, I do think it is a little bit riskier considering the Hunter pick. Now we are going to be seeing Hug Alex outside God Kite at 2-story, Tsunetsu at first stop, Sucre at the second stop. Oh, it does look like Hug Alex is gonna opt for that 4th stop spawn with Perseus at the circus tent. Ooh, okay, and Algae is going to opt for 3rd stop. I think they definitely need to be careful about this, especially if they use the roller coaster right away. If Algae does catch wind of that, it could be dangerous for them. But yeah, good luck to both teams. This is round 2 of Andromeda Survivors versus the Halcyon Hunter. Now, Algae is gonna go for that circus tent spawn first thing, and Perseus is rotating away from it. It does look like he's gonna opt for Hug Alex over here instead though, who's over at 4th stop. But Hug Alex has got some serious distance on him. It does really allow for some time for everyone to get settled in a cipher. We are going to see the same 3 sticks builds from Algae's once again with Peeper's first trait. Oh, okay. Nice utilization of the wand over here. It does force him to hit right there. Kind of sandbags Algae's right there. Hug Alex is doing a really great job keeping that distance, but we are going to be seeing some pallet utilization here. The peepers are finally in play, so Algae has better sight of Hug Alex, who is doing a really great job of trying to break that line of sight with the walls. Oh, nice use of the wand, but Algae is able to walk right through here. Oh, and nice flywheel, really avoiding that first hit. It really puts Algae at a disadvantage right here since he doesn't have presence quite yet, and presence is really important for a wax artist. He was able to wax off that pallet right here and does get his first hit right there. Hug Alex is transitioning over to Tri-Palette over here. Another great area to break line of sight, but of course, needs to be careful if Algae utilizes those peepers. Oh, if he able... Unfortunately, he isn't able to get that vault, and Hug Alex is gonna go down right here. However, Cypher progress is looking really good for the survivors right here. And Perseus is already closing in. Perseus is one of the members of this team that does happen to be carrying Tide Turner, but Sucre is also rotating inwards as well. We are going to be seeing Algae block off this Cypher at 2-story with the wax. A nice elbow pad right here. Oh, but is able to get the hit on the Magician regardless. Oh, and another additional hit. He's 1 hit away from getting max presence, so they really need to be careful here. Sucre definitely needs to get away so as not to get an additional hit. Nice wax off the Cypher. That one is really nearly primed, but we are going to be seeing Hug Alex take the vault over here. Sucre is still in the area. They really will have to come back to the Cypher, but oh, Algae makes an excellent decision to chair right in front of it. This is going to be tough for both teams, or for the Andromeda survivors to get. I mean, they do have 2 other Cyphers, or Female dancer did finish hers, and it does look like she's going in for the rescue right here. Ooh, going to utilize all 3 boxes for the slow effect. Oh, interesting play right here. So, female dancer and acrobat really... Oh! Nice utilization of the wand and acrobat himself to block the way right here. Algaes can't... Ooh, missed the wax on the cipher. But that maximum 3 slow boxes really put Algaes at a much slower rate than usual. Hug Alex was able to get away, but it does look like Algaes is catching sight of him. Perseus is doing a really great job of body blocking, but oh, excellent pallet stun! Are we going to see a pop here? Oh, we are going to see a bit of a late pop, but this is a really tough situation for Halcyon. The pressure is on. Hug Alex is 1 shard away from being eliminated, but on such a big map like this, it buys so much time. If the mercenary is still in the area, he can definitely body block as well. Oh, and Sumetsu utilizes the roller coaster. I'm sure that mercenary also turned off the 2nd stop. Yes. The 3rd stop was not turned off, but we are going to be seeing Algaes. Oh, mercenary is able to make an escape right here and get the gate open. So there's Sumetsu and Perseus left. This is going to be a really tough call. Perseus is around the dungeon area, so if Sumetsu can also escape through the gate, that'll open up the dungeon for Perseus. Sumetsu was also able to pick up all of her boxes. No tinnitus on Algae's end. Mercenary is gonna go and escape. Oh, but it looks like Perseus has moved away from the dungeon and is opting for the exit gate. It is a bit of a risky move, however, because there is no roller coaster, and Perseus has a slower decoding, being the acrobat. Now, we might see female dancer come back with that roller coaster. No, it appears that female dancer is going to stay by 4th stop. But they really need to be careful here. Oh, unfortunately, Perseus... Oh, was he able to make the bomb? I'm not quite sure, but either way, really close distance here, and Perseus is gonna go down right here. Oh, excellent tie. Good game, good game. That was a really, really intense match, but Algaes was able to pull through with that tie. A really tough situation, especially considering the teleport onto the gate. It would have been hard for both Sumetsu and Perseus to get through, and fighting for that dungeon and gate is quite difficult on such a large map. Let's have a look at those stats. Amazing kite by Hug Alex. That was 144 seconds. Even got a pallet stun in there. We saw some 44 seconds containment time by Mercenary, 34 by Female Dancer, Acrobat, just shy of 1 minute by 1 second, and of course the rescues by the Mercenary and Acrobat. Really solid stuff. Honestly, I think they did a really great job. It was a really tough match in the beginning for Algaes, especially getting that presence. But making up for it with a tie does really work out in the end. It will give some room for Andromeda to get a lead, however, because they will be hunting next. I think my favorite part of that whole match, aside from such a solid Magician kite, I really liked the teamwork that they did, saving Magician at his last chair. Female Dancer utilized all of those slow boxes, as well as Acrobat using, I believe, the red bomb. And they even blocked the way for the Magician to get over to God Kite. Acrobat blocked the other area from the door. That door is a really tight, narrow space, so if there's someone standing in it, you can't really pass through, and Magician had also used the last of his wand to block it as well. But yeah, really solid stuff. That was really fun to watch, and I'm really excited to see how Halcyon plays. I'm hoping for another unique lineup, unique persona builds, and I think I would love to see some more harassers. I would love to see Forb opt for maybe Prospector if Prospector is not banned. We did see their batter banned initially in the first round, but we did get to see a little bit of that batter gameplay of theirs on Moonlit River Park. We saw some psychologist plays. I believe that was by Yunoya. I would love to see more of Prisoner from Bunny Bun Bun. I definitely think that even though Bunny Bun Bun might choose like a squishier character, I think they've really proven that they have the game sense to put up a really good fight, even as a prisoner, which they showed us in the first match. And of course, No More. I would love to see some more Embalmer gameplay by No More. We've seen their Gravekeeper as well. I think they make for quite a solid rescuer. They know just when to use that shovel, and you know, once you use that shovel, they make sure not to waste it. Oh, we are going to be seeing Prisoner and Prospector banned first thing. So unfortunately, those choices will be taken off the table for Forbidden and Bunny Bun Bun. But that's okay because you know, they've proven how well that they can kite regardless of what character they're playing, as well as their game sense. We saw Forb really prolong matches as well as kites just out of their containment. I really think that they were able to clutch because they were able to clutch a win because of that one dungeon escape that Forb had. Everyone did like amazing, but I think that had everyone on the edge of their seats, you know? And it doesn't take a prospector to do that. It takes a player, you know? So I definitely think you can look forward to seeing who they pick and seeing how they play, regardless of their mains being banned. They are going to be opting for a Percy ban, so Undead is taken off the table. I wonder, perhaps it is Nebulosa who has subbed in as Hunter this round. Perhaps they're an Undead main. Would have liked to see some of their main gameplay, but of course, always a pleasure to see any other choice. But having an off-meta sort of pick banned does allow for some more meta hunters to be played. You know, you could see some Dream Witch. Dream Witch is pretty terrifying on this map. We are going to have them lock as Acrobat and Seer first thing. I'm wondering maybe Forb is opting for more of that Seer gameplay. And I wonder who will be playing Acrobat. Oh, I do think it might be Bunny, actually. I think they played Acrobat as well last week, so perhaps that's them. We are going to be seeing Batter as the third ban. Maybe this Hunter is... maybe the Hunter pick that they're going for is a little bit weaker to these types of harassers, so we are going to be seeing Psychologist. I think in lieu of all of the harassment potential that they could have had with this team, it makes way for some really good support, and Halcyon has proven to be really in tune with one another, so I think that their support will be really solid. The final ban that Andromeda is going to go with will be Mercenary. So Mercenary is off the table, does give room for that Gravekeeper perhaps, but who knows, we might see some Embalmer or maybe something completely different. Maybe even Priestess. Oh, it does look like we are going to be having Embalmer as our final pick. Yeah, I think I'm glad that I spoke that into existence. No More is also an Embalmer player. I think it gives room for them to utilize Embalmer some more. We didn't really get to see much in their Moonlit River Park match, But I thought that their Embalmer plays on their Ever Sleeping Town match was really good, despite being on a smaller map compared to Moonlit, of course. So that's really interesting. Now, what I'm most interested in is their Persona webs that they're gonna bring. In their round 2, they actually opted for no Tide. So I wonder if they're gonna go for something similar, especially because they don't have any characters here that are designated rescuers. Definitely anticipating some more flywheel effect. I think they've utilized flywheel pretty good so far. As much as I always vouch for Tide, just because Halcyon Survivor matches are so interesting, I would be okay with no one bringing Tide. So I do think that if they are gonna offer Tide, though, it could be Seer, could be Acrobat. I think they are definitely solid choices for bringing Tide. Yeah, and it does look like the Acrobat will be bringing Tide Turner. We are going to see mostly Broken Windows, however, having the Seer and the Embalmer carry those, and Psychologist is going to opt for the Flywheel effect. Now that their Persona webs have been selected, we are going to get to see who the Andromeda Hunter will get to choose. This is going to be Nebulosa. They did get Undead banned, so I definitely hope that they'll play someone a little bit more off meta, even though there's way for more meta hunters to be chosen now that their ban has taken Undead off the table. It was really great to see Sumetsu play Bloody Queen first thing. We started off day 2 with Sumetsu Bloody Queen gameplay, so definitely would be interested in seeing what shall I manifest? Maybe Geisha. I saw some really great Geisha gameplay yesterday by the team Ghost. I think they were the ones who will be moving forward. It was Ghost versus Discord Kittens, and I think they started off with a really solid 4-kill with Geisha. I definitely think that Moonlit would be a fun map to watch some Geisha gameplay. And of course, oh, we are going to be seeing some Wu-Chang gameplay. Another hunter that is quite good on Moonlit, if I do say so myself. Getting to utilize that umbrella as sort of a makeshift teleport matters a lot on such big maps. You can really opt for other traits such as blink or peepers, but of course, some Wu-Chang will also opt for that up-down teleport and really pressure serves with their control. Like they can umbrella on you, they can teleport on you. So yeah, I'm really curious into seeing how Nebulosa will utilize the Wu-Chang. And of course, we might see some scenarios where if they go for that rescue, it might be tough for them because Wu-Chang can also soul siphon you, push you off the rescue completely, or just delay it by a lot. He can harass you off the ciphers, which we did see a little bit of Halcyon having to juggle a couple of ciphers in the first match. So this one will definitely be intense. They are tied for the second round, and they did finish off with a tie in the first round, so it's up to Nebulosa and the Halcyon survivors to either persist with these consistent ties or for Andromeda to push through and get a lead. So we are going to be seeing No More as Embalmer, Forbidden as Seer, Bunny Bun Bun as Acrobat, and Yunoya as Psychologist. I have to say it. Stay tuned for LinkedIn Season 2. I do believe that's coming in 2023. It was a fun crossover. And there are going to be a few more crossovers coming in. But definitely look forward to that. Stay on top of the Bungo Stray Dogs crossover because that will be wrapping up at the end of the month. Okay, interesting spawns. We're going to be having no more at the dreaded Cypher Bridge spawn. Forbidden's opting for that 2-story, Bunny Bun Bun Godkite, and Yunoya at first stop. And Nebulosa is going to, spawn in between No More and Yunoya. Good luck to both teams. This is the second half of the second round between Halcyon Survivors versus the Andromeda Hunter. Alright, here we go. Ooh. Well, with No More in such close proximity, putting down that coffin right there, it does look like Nebulosa is going to check at the circus tent. No More has transitioned close by, but is moving away from their coffin. It doesn't change the fact that they will be first kite right here, but they're doing a great job of breaking that line of sight. Oh, nice utilization of the pallet right here. I will mention right now that it's Blink that Nebulosa is opting for. Ooh. Nice mind game right there. That was definitely a tough situation for No More to figure out whether or not he's gonna vault or not. Oh, switching over to White Guard and missing the hit. We are going to be having insolence on Wu Chang's side, however. So, excellent owl by Forbidden right here. It really allowed No More to transition over to this next area, over towards fourth stop. Going back towards the double pallet right here outside of the circus tent. Really needing to be careful right here because unfortunately there is that blink. What a clean terror shock. Really, really great way of bouncing back on Nebulosa's side. And Embalmer isn't too far off from that coffin. But really great Cypher progress by Halcyon because it looks like we are going to be seeing 3 Cyphers remaining with Bunny just finishing up their second story one. I think Forbes Owl really helped assist, but we are going to be seeing Forb Soul Siphon right here and having to move away from the chair. Nebulosa is going to opt for chasing Seer, however, but doesn't get that bell in because Seer is able to take the vault. Oh, now I wonder if he can get that rescue right at 50%. We are going to be seeing Embalmer able to either get shared once again or utilize that coffin. And now that he's been rescued, he will have another coffin in him. I believe. But yes. Tide is still in effect right here, but we are going to see No More go down right now. Getting shared right here. Now let's keep in mind that the coffin is probably not that far, so Nebulosa is going to head over right there. Gets there early, but there will be that little bit of Tide. Nice Soul Siphon. And utilization of the pallet. We are going to be seeing 4 right here. Oh, nice hit. That White Guard hitbox is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And doesn't get the hit on Forb, however. But we are going to be seeing No More go down here and unfortunately get eliminated. That coffin really did count as a second chair. Forb is still in the area. Not quite at an owl, but if they are next chase. Oh, moving over to Bunny Bun Bun over here. Really needs to watch out. Oh, nice bomb. That was a really close call. Oh, but Nebulosa is able to bell and down Acrobat right here. Now, this Cypher is nearly popped. Forbidden is really trying to push that. There is no chair over here, but Nebulosa, ooh, is putting some pressure. Now, if Yunoya pops the bridge Cypher over here, yeah, which they do, Nebulosa is gonna have a trip over here because this Cypher will be their last. Luckily, they'll still have Blink. Oh, and the Blink misses, but we are going to get Seer go down here due to that charged hit. They won't be able to have Abnormal in play because Wuchang is going, I believe, left down. So we are seeing an Insolence Detention Wuchang. But Acrobat will still have their self-heal. It does look like they will be picking themselves up right now. Really pushing for as much progress as possible on the Cypher. But, oh, it does seem to be primed. Or just enough. But Bunny Bun Bun will not be able to pick themselves up after this. I do see Yunoya circling over and picking up Forbidden. Forbidden doesn't have an owl yet, but the Psychologist does have... Oh, okay. Nebulosa makes a great decision to pick up Bunny, and he just really needs to be careful because holding Bunny for that long can give the opportunity to struggle free. Wow, this is really intense. Yeah, there we go! They could even pop right here! Excellent! We are going to be seeing Bunny Bun Bun chase right here. Dungeon is not too far behind, but oh no, we are going to be seeing Nebulosa opt for the gate, which Yunoya and Forbidden are at. Oh, but take note that Seer already has an owl. I don't think there's enough progress to quite push for this gate, but he can. Oh, unfortunately, isn't able to tank the hit due to the bell. So Yunoya is making their way over to the other side of the map. Acrobat is close to the gate as well, but unfortunately, Acrobat does have slow gate decoding speed. Yunoya does seem to be staying kind of in the middle. I wonder if Nebulosa anticipates this. If they choose to go for that gate, it gives room for Yunoya to... Oh no! Nebulosa is going to get Tinnitus over here, so Yunoya needs to be super careful. The dungeon is not too far behind, but neither is this blood trail. I do think we're going to see Nebulosa possibly... Oh no! There we go. He does catch sight of Yunoya right here. And unfortunately is going to Umbrella right on her. If she does get Soul Siphon again... Oh, unfortunately is going to go down right here. Now we did see Acrobat utilize Tide earlier on the Embalmer. So unfortunately, they are just going to opt for that one-person elimination. Still a safe choice because it does give them at least 1 point. But Andromeda will be in the lead for now. Congratulations for winning round 2. That was a really, really intense match. I think Halcyon did an amazing job keeping Nebulosa on their toes. Really, really excellent first kite by No More. I think their Cypher progress was really solid. But of course, Wuchang is also quite the solid hunter on Moonlit, and just the utilization of all of those Wuchang abilities, the Umbrella, the Soul Siphoning, the Bell, really great stuff. I do remember, although Bunny was able to get that rescue, and just at the halfway point, we did unfortunately see Seer get hit right there. during the Soul Siphon and have to move away. I do believe that is what Psychologist ended up whistling. I noticed later on I didn't account for the stress bubble getting used up, but I believe that's what happened. So really, really close call. But at the moment, we are going to be seeing Andromeda in the lead by 2 points. We will be proceeding to round 3. I think if Halcyon can clutch this, we will be going into overtime. Definitely think it's possible. Both teams have such strong players, and it's always a pleasure to watch all of their gameplay. So I would definitely be rooting for that overtime. It's too early to say goodbye to both teams, I think. But we will be proceeding to round 3 shortly. We'll be getting those map bans and picks, followed by the character bans and picks. Now that we're going to be on the 3rd round, we will be getting even more bans for both the survivors and the hunters. I think the hunter will start off with 3 bans, and then the survivors will get to ban 2 hunters, followed by their 2 lock-ins. And then the hunter will then get to ban 2 more survivors. So a total of 5 survivor bans and 2 hunter bans. Now we did see Lakeside Village first round, and we did see Moonlit River Park in the 2nd round. I'm wondering if they're going to opt for a bigger map still. I think the next biggest map that could be an option would probably be Leo's Memory, considering the 5 cipher spawns. But perhaps they might opt for a smaller map. It would be nice to see some Arms Factory up there. Ever Sleeping Town is always a solid pick. We did see the Red Church and Sacred Heart Hospital banned prior, but maybe they will be put back on the table. Maybe it could be an option. But yeah, I definitely look forward to seeing what they opt for, and of course, what picks they'll be choosing. We saw it even just in the last match. We are seeing some like target or respect bans by taking off people, like the players, I guess, #1 main, or who they've been playing a lot in this tournament. So I'm sure that in this 3rd round, we will be seeing more of that, and maybe seeing more surprise picks, some more pocket picks. It looks like we are going to be having Arms Factory as the pick. My bad. But Arms Factory is going to be our first going to be our match, and then Andromeda is picking the factions. They are going to have Hunter first, so we're going to be seeing Andromeda Hunter once again. I believe that'll still be Nebulosa, because they used their substitutes, and we're gonna get to see some more Nebulosa gameplay. I wonder if they're going to opt for that undead band once again. Maybe Wu Chang, they can both be taken off the table due to the 2 bans. Really excited to see how things go. I would definitely love to see some newer picks by Halcyon as well. I think our newer pick today would have to be Forbes Seer, but I would love to see Forb play as another type of harasser. Who knows, maybe some Antiquarian. All of the newer characters are available to be played in this tournament, so long as they're available in ranks, so basically anyone goes. Ooh, and it does look like we are going to see a Prisoner, Embalmer, and Seer ban first thing. I'm really manifesting, however, that they will get to lock in as at least one harasser. I think there's also room for No More to opt for that Gravekeeper instead of Embalmer. It's a smaller map in comparison to Lakeside Village and Moonlit, but we saw no more utilize that shovel to body block for Bunny Bun Bun when they were both at half health and no tide. So I definitely think it would be a solid pick. We are going to be seeing the Undead and Wu Chang ban. Another solid choice. I am really interested in seeing who Nebulosa will opt for. Again, I'm sure they have quite a high roster as well, because much like Algae's, I believe they're peak tier, so we're definitely going to have a lot of variety right there. We're going to be seeing Mercenary and Psychologist as their first picks. Now, I don't think we've had the pleasure of seeing any Halcyon survivors play Mercenary first thing, but considering the stats of this tournament and how highly Mercenary has been used, I do believe he is the most used survivor thus far. And he's been banned quite a bit as well. Always a solid pick. Psychologist, we've seen Unoya play a lot of Psychologist as well. I definitely think that getting to heal with that whistle will come in a lot of handy. We are going to be seeing an Acrobat ban as the fourth ban, and the third pick is going to be Female Dancer. I'm very excited to see Female Dancer gameplay on this map. I think Female Dancer is an incredibly versatile survivor. If you don't have a decoder, that's fine, because you can utilize the fast boxes for faster decoding. Due to the layout of Arms Factory, there are a lot of areas where you can put that fast box within a pallet and it'll still encapsulate a cipher. You just have to be careful to not put it on a rocket chair as well, because if someone gets chaired there, then it'll speed them up a little bit. It'll also take into account healing. All of the serves interactions, pretty much. With Mercenary, who has a bit of a slower healing, and Psychologist, after the utilization of her skills, I believe she is slower to heal as well. That fast box can definitely be utilized. And of course, with the amount of pallets on this map, you can definitely opt for more slow box plays as well. You can really support kites as Female Dancer. We even saw it in the Moonlit River Park match earlier. We saw the utilization of the slow boxes all at once, and that slowed down Algae's as Wax Artist so much at the chair. The final ban, the fifth and final ban, is going to be Entomologist, and they're going to go for the Coordinator as their last survivor. This is definitely going to be a match to remember. We haven't gotten to see much Mercenary, Female Dancer, Coordinator gameplay from Halcyon survivors. I can't wait to see how they utilize these characters. I really wonder if they're going to opt for a more kiting coordinator sort of build. Halcyon is no stranger to containment type builds and composition, as opposed to tide turner safer builds. And yeah, so we have the persona web selected prior to the hunter selection, and it does look like only Mercenary is going to be bringing that tide turner. Everyone else will either have flywheel or broken windows, and Coordinator is the one going to be having that broken windows. Honestly, not too bad. And if she ends up getting chased, you can really utilize that gun. I'm not sure what trait Nebulosa will be bringing, but if they opt for excitement, then using a gun early can honestly work in your favor, because that excitement kind of gets rendered useless unless you pop it on a pallet stun or so. And it looks like we're going to be seeing some Bonbon gameplay by Nebulosa. Bonbon is such a solid hunter on Arms Factory. Guard 26 is one of the chip hunters of the game. I'm definitely anticipating some really strong chain bombs, especially on a map with such a lot of terrain. It usually works in survivors' favors, But with Bonbon, if you're forced into these tighter spaces with more objects around, more walls, it'll be harder to escape those bombs. Right, and it does look like we are going to be locking in and then proceeding to area selection. Let's have a look at which survivors each of these members will play. Okay, so Bunny Bun Bun is opting for female dancer. They're definitely on the leaderboards, and No More is going to play coordinator with Forbidden as mercenary. Ooh, I'm definitely interested in seeing how this plays out because I was definitely assuming that Forbidden might play coordinator or female dancer, but it does look like No More and Bunny Bun Bun are quite capable. Oh, interesting spawn pick. It does give room for the hunter to spawn in between 3 survivors. I'm really wondering, okay. I think good choice on Nebulosas. They really got lucky here. You'll have female dancer and psychologist. A bit more on the squishy side. If you are able to get that stress bubble away with just bombs, that will definitely benefit you so much. But I guess it's all up to the luck of the draw and see who Nebulosa chases first. This is round 3, the first half, with Andromeda Hunter versus Halcyon Survivors. Good luck to both teams! Here we are. We are finally loading in. And it looks like Nebulosa is going towards the sandbags, deep sandbags area. Now, this is the area that Eunoia, the psychologist, happens to be in right now. Tinnitus is kicking in, but so is Hunt, so definitely not in this direction. But, oh, there's the blood trail. So it looks like psychologist first kite right here. Oh, an excellent hit. Definitely no respect for those pallets right here because getting that hit before Eunoia even had the option to drop it was really solid. We are going to be seeing Eunoia move away from the deep sandbags area, however, and moving towards the middle and factory area. Now, this does give room for Bunny Bun Bun to assist. There are some slow boxes right here. Oh yeah, Nebulosa is definitely not one to, yeah, I think noticing that Eunoia was able to get that pallet stand, it was very clean. Maybe it'll influence the way Nebulosa goes through these pallets, but excellent kite by Eunoia so far. It doesn't look like Nebulosa is changing the approach to pallets, but is going to break that box right here. Female dancer does have 1 box left. I do believe she might have it nearby. Yeah, okay, over at the ruins area. If Eunoia is able to transition over there, that's another one to utilize. But oh, gets the pallet stun here as well as the hit. Now guard 26 is at the first presence, but Eunoia has since then transitioned over to the box. Excellent blink by Nebulosa! But excellent kite by Eunoia as well. It does look like they've got some decent Cypher progress here. Although the factory Cypher had to be abandoned, the sandbag Cypher over here is going to get a little bit abandoned as well. Excellent twirl by Bunny Bun Bun and the setup of the slow box. We are going to see it get broken here, but Bunny Bun Bun has been able to return to that factory Cypher. Nice clean rescue by Forbidden. Is able to get out of there unscathed, but yeah, unfortunately, Psychologist is going to get hit right here. Oh, and does opt to die over by the very corner. Nebulosa is doing a really good job of trying to force them off these ciphers though, because I think that is definitely another thing that Halcyon has above their head right here. They've gotten some really solid kites by Yunoya, but also Cypher progress. And with Yunoya chaired so far away from the rest, it gives them room to decode. See, we see no more closing in. The coordinator, even though she doesn't have Tide, there's still that gun. And we already know that Nebulosa is bringing Blink. Oh, nice bomb. Nice timer bomb to get that mercenary chipped hit. It's really forcing him off the Cypher a lot, but it's so close to being timed. If they can get it... Oh. Nice. Okay, so we are going to see that gun. It's a 5-second stun, really solid. Even though No More opted to wait for that. Oh, nice pop! This is a really tough situation from Nebulosa right here. He does have detention to possibly salvage over here. It is the mercenary close by with coordinator not too far behind. Bunny Bun Bun is making their way towards the factory gate, however, and setting up their last box to possibly assist. Because it looks like they put down a slow box, yeah. It's more of an assist box rather than a fast one. But Yunoya is dead on chair. If Nebulosa is able to locate Yunoya and eliminate them, that's at least one survivor down. However, Mercenary's gate is already open. It does look like No More is closing in over here. But Coordinator and Female Dancer do not have any other items. Oh, I think the flywheel was a bit late, and unfortunately, Yunoya is gonna go down here. Really amazing kite by Yunoya, however. I think they definitely bought a lot of time. They need to be careful here, because yes, Nebulosa is bringing that trump card and teleporting over to the gate. But it does look like Forbidden is out of the gate and ready to body block if necessary. Oh, but Nebulosa has caught sight of Bunny Bun Bun. I think that was definitely a bit of a risky play, but... Oh, nice flywheel. Yeah! Nice. That was a really, really close call. Detention is only 20 seconds left, so if Nebulosa is going to get anyone else, they really have to be mindful of these bombs. Oh, but focusing on Forbidden allows for No More to pass through. Really excellent teamwork over here. And if No More is able to escape, we are going to be seeing Forbidden go for the dungeon! Excellent 3-person escape! Congratulations, Halcyon, for taking the lead in this round. Excellent match. Whew. That was really great to watch. I definitely think that was a brilliant kite from Yunoya's side. Great support, good utilization of the boxes. Using the slow boxes, I feel like you mostly see female dancers using the fast ones. So, utilizing the slow boxes during the kite was definitely new or interesting. And we did see the coordinator going for that second rescue. Excellent usage of the gun and discipline on the rescue. Even though they were a little bit in a fight with those last two ciphers, they were so close to the chair. We saw it in the factory and the sandbags respectively. Mercenary was really getting pushed off that last cipher, but they're able to get it done and do such a clean pop after that vault. I think that was a really solid 3-man escape, and just the luring of Nebulosa away from the gate. There was still detention. Coordinator was chipped hit. There's definitely that possibility of getting the easy hit if you get that chip hit in, even without detention, even just through bomb hits. But no, they really thought of different ways to escape. I think going for that dungeon was definitely a good call, especially with Mercenary. Out of all of their survivors, it was better for the ones with less to defend themselves going for the gate and then having Mercenary left for that gamble. And I think the distance that he had on Nebulosa really allowed him to elbow pad so cleanly towards that dungeon. So yeah, congratulations and great job, Andromeda Hunter. Now we are going to be moving on to the second half of the second half of rounds 3. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of pressure on Halcyon's end because they definitely do need to win this round to push over into overtime. But again, both teams have really proved themselves to be really exceptional. So it's definitely going to be a tough call. And with the additional bans, 2 bans, that wax artist could really be taken off the table. I'm sure they'll opt for a hermit and wax artist ban, but it does give way to Algae's other hunter picks. We've seen them play the clerk, we've seen them play the feaster, and I definitely think those would be really interesting hunters to see on Arms Factory. Yeah, so we are moving over to the ban and pick selection, and Algae's is gonna go for that mercenary, priestess, and seer ban. Really, really safe choices. I definitely think when it comes to usage and meta, they're probably somewhat of a holy trinity. So taking them off the table right here is a really solid choice. We know that they have, I believe it's Sucre as a really solid mercenary main, so forcing them to choose someone else is going to be, I'm interested in seeing who they opt for. We do have, I believe it's still Tsumetsu playing now, so I would be interested in seeing more of their female dancer gameplay. Hug Alex plays Magician. I'm wondering if Magician might be a later ban if they don't lock in Magician right away. Because Hug Alex does really utilize the wands. I don't think they're too shy with using the wands, but having 3, of course. We saw them utilize 2 in their really strong first kite, and then utilizing the last wand on their last chair. We are going to be seeing a clerk and hermit ban. So it does make way for the wax artist to possibly be in play, but you know, I definitely think this is still a solid pick. With hermit and clerk, you could have some really long matches, and Algae's could really push them to their limits, especially for that win that they really need. We are going to be seeing forward and female dancer locked in first. Really, really solid picks. I think despite mentioning seer, mercenary, and priestess as a sort of holy trinity, forward is kind of up there too. You could call them the four horsemen of the apocalypse. 4 hunters. They're really solid. He makes us a good alternative rescue. And then there is female dancer, of course. Once again, incredibly versatile. We are going to be seeing that magician ban right here. So Hug Alex is definitely going to have to opt for someone else. I'm interested in seeing who they play. I believe we mostly just saw magician gameplay from them. Oh, but we also saw some little girl. We could be seeing little girl in play once again. Yeah, there's the little girl. If I believe Philo was subbed out, but we did see some of their doctor plays in the first round. We could be seeing... Oh, we're gonna be seeing Postman, another really solid pick. I definitely think he's rising in popularity as well. And in my opinion, with female dancer and Postman, they really make as good substitute decoders without having the vulnerability of a decoder. I think in addition to female dancer support, Postman can also provide some support with that post-dog wick, with the tranquility letter. Giving that to slower decoders such as forward will really help out. And the last ban is going to be entomologist, which leaves us at our final pick being lawyer. Another interesting choice. I believe I got to see some lawyer gameplay last week in the tournament. Definitely an unexpected decoder pick when you have mechanic on the table, prisoner on the table, even explorer. But you know, lawyer does have his strengths as well. Just so long as lawyer isn't the one who ends up getting chased. That would really prevent his accelerated decoding from kicking in, but the map will also help the whole team, locate the hunter as well as like teammates. I do also think that if lawyer does end up getting chased, uh, the no terror shock capability can really benefit. Now we do have the personal webs in place. We're going to be having only one tide turner by the forward. Everyone else is opting for flywheel effect except for female dancer, who will be bringing broken windows. And now we are going to be seeing Algae's go for the feaster. I'm really, really interested in seeing how this goes out. Algae's has a really strong feaster, and I feel like on such a small map, the versatility of the tentacles, blocking off those areas that we've seen him do before, will really come in handy. Locating survivors with those tentacles as well. Oh, let me, sorry, I was a temporary Andromeda member for a moment, but yeah. I'm interested in seeing who will play who, because Sucre and Hug Alex specifically have been forced out of their mains. I think I'm really happy that Algaes did opt for Feaster instead, because we saw some really great Wax Artist gameplay prior. It does look like it's going to be Sucre playing as Lawyer and Hug Alex as Postman. And of course, we're going to be having Perseus as the forward and Sumetsu as female dancer. Perseus is definitely a really good kiter we've seen. Sumetsu is also really good support. So I wonder if they'll be given the opportunity to do that. I would definitely love to see the roles kind of flipped. I'd love to see a female dancer kite by Tsumetsu, and I'd love to see some more harasser plays by Perseus. With that being said, I'm also curious as to what trait and what builds that Algaes will be opting for. We saw them opt for Peeper, then Teleport. But yeah. Hmm. Okay, interesting spawn pigs. I think it does leave room for, yep, that middle, that in between with three of their most squishiest members of the team, I feel, because they don't quite have that capability of forwards rugby ball. But yeah, I'm really excited to see. This is the second half of the third round with Halcyon Hunter versus Andromeda Survivors. Good luck to both teams. Alright, so we are going to be seeing Algaes opt for Factory, where Hug Alex is Bond. And yeah, it does look like Algaes has opted for the usual write down peepers. Yes, there is a peeper. Taking the ball right here, and Hug Alex is preparing that post dog, but unfortunately it misses just by a little bit. Now there is the factory area right here, definitely a lot of pallets, a lot of windows to utilize as well. I do think Hug Alex is bringing Flywheel, however. Once he uses up this area, however, though... Oh, nice post dog right here. If he uses up this area, he can transition over to the middle, where Female Dancer is decoding but has laid out some fast boxes. Ooh, excellent Flywheel, but doesn't get the pallet stun right here. Good plays by both. I think that was a really good transitional Flywheel to get behind that pallet, but unfortunately that pallet was just not able to get dropped fast enough. And we are going to see Hug Alex transition towards the middle. Algaes has done a really amazing job of setting up tentacles over here, and oh, we are going to see Hug Alex get down right here. Good call by Tsumetsu for picking up the fast boxes, if he was able to get chaired right there, it would have meant faster chair time, but it does look like we are going to be seeing Hug Alex in the basement. Ooh, almost fast chair as well. They are committed to their ciphers at the moment. And honestly, I think that could work in their favor. Tsumetsu does seem to be closing in, however. Possibly just for tinnitus baiting. I think the situation does allow for... Oh, no, unfortunately, Tsumetsu is going to be chased next. She does, however, still have all 3 of her boxes that she picked up after utilizing them in the middle. But after taking that hit, it does seem like Perseus was able to get down into the basement safely. Okay, now that he's aware, nice way to buy time. It does look like Perseus is utilizing that rugby ball, but isn't gonna go for the stun. That was quite a good chunk of it, though. And they just need to be careful because Hug Alex has been pushed past half. Oh, and Perseus does get hit by the tentacle right here. Now, they really need to be careful so they don't get, like, a double down. Oh! It was a good stun, but unfortunately not long enough for it to really connect too long. And Hug Alex is going to get hit and eliminated right here. Oh! And of course, Algae is opting for that teleport switch right away. Oh, unfortunately, the female dancer is gonna go down here to the tentacle. Really great pressure on Algae's. We've seen it happen once. We've seen it happen again now. The immediate teleport, knowing that they have to switch targets. But we are at 1 cipher remaining. Despite this cipher being at half, they have started the factory. And, we will have the decoder over at the factory cipher as well. It's only going to be a matter of time before this cipher gets primed. And it does allow for Perseus to rescue later, even if it means pushing Tsumetsu after half right here. It does look like there is no tinnitus, but Perseus is gonna go around. Tsumetsu is kind of approaching the end of their chair right here, but oh, excellent normal hit right here. It does cancel out the rugby ball, and Perseus needs to be super careful of the tentacles right here. Oh, unfortunately gets stuffed by the tentacle, and Tsumetsu is going to get eliminated right here. Now, the last cipher is nearly primed. Really tough situation from Andromeda. I think Algae did an amazing job catching up in points right here. This is gonna be a tough call for Sucre. I think, yeah, the tentacle definitely does help locate Sucre right here. And unfortunately, the dungeon isn't in this area. Oh, and a late flywheel. He is going to get hit here. He won't have flywheel over and won't be able to get to the chair in time for the rescue. That's very unfortunate. It does look like we are going to be seeing Sucre get down right here. Excellent 4-man elimination by Algaes. Yeah, congratulations. Let's have a look at those stats. Really solid kite by Hug Alex. 80 seconds. Unfortunately did have to get eliminated. Same with Tsumetsu. Although they knew how to utilize their boxes, getting hit right there. They're already at half health once they got teleported on. 23 seconds. 22 seconds on the lawyer and 44 by the forward. There was a good basement rescue over there. Tried to buy as much time as possible. Lawyer was able to heal up forward, but yeah, unfortunately that was a 4-man elimination, which gives Halcyon 5 points. Now, I guess I just need a little bit of clarification of how we're gonna move on. I do think I think I'll double check on the point system. We might decide based on the total of points. Okay, yeah. We are going to be seeing Halcyon move forward. So congratulations to Halcyon. Thank you for the correction. It's due to the point system. If both teams have one win and the third round, or like if there is a match round with a tie, we'll have to count the sum of points. So with Halcyon in the lead for points, this is going to go to Halcyon. We are going to be seeing Halcyon proceed. And unfortunately, Andromeda will get eliminated here, but thankfully we were able to see so much great plays by Andromeda. Not just today, but we got to see them last week as well. Definitely not the end for them. I think definitely stay tuned for future tournaments that they may be playing in. Yeah, congratulations to both teams. It was so amazing to watch you all. And yeah, thank you so much for having me. Now that we're wrapping up this bracket, later on, I believe 6:15 EST. So in a bit, maybe a little later, we are going to be having GGK versus SugarBabies. And tomorrow we are going to be having Omega versus Activators. Yeah, congratulations to both teams. You all did amazingly. Everybody has really great plays to be proud of, and of course, definitely use it as a learning experience as well. A lot to learn from, both from the player perspective as well as an audience perspective. And yeah, do look forward to the following brackets moving forward. And thank you for having me. I've been Myxieneo, and I will see you later.
All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the quarterfinals of the Checkmate tournament. My name is Sikey, and I have my host with me, co-host, I guess, Miki. Miki, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up? How's everyone doing today on this fine Saturday evening? Psyche, how you doing, man?
Doing really good. And in fact, I'm a little bit shocked because in our last bracket, Miki, we had both Wu Cheng and Feaster taking dubs for HCN.
I have to watch that. What?
Yes, that's right. Both Feaster and Wu Cheng. Wu Cheng got 3 people. I believe the Feaster got 4 people. 3 doesn't really matter. They won anyway. And HCN took a huge dub home in our last bracket. But for now, in our next bracket, we have GGK versus SugarBabies. As a reminder, guys, you guys don't remember who's on GGK and SugarBabies. We got it right here. On GGK, we have the survivors Amar 1v1, Yumi, 8-Egg, Monado Boy, and these are all their Discord names. Their actual games will be slightly different, possibly entirely different. And for their hunter, they also had David. On the SugarBabies side, we have their survivors named Sapphire, Pablo. Both of these you guys might have seen in rank. If you guys watch high tier rank, you might have seen these people play before, maybe on my streams. Dakiri and Angel D. And their
alcohol? Daiquiri alcohol is back?
Yeah, the Daiquiri alcohol is back, except this time as a survivor. They were playing Hunter last time? I don't remember. Were they playing Hunter or Survivor last time?
I think Survivor still?
I don't recall, but anyway, right now they're playing the Survivor side, and for their hunter they have Kuta Linux, the very well-known Dreamwitch main, Dreamwitch user, as well as known for using other really strong hunters, so definitely not limited in that regard. I'm interested to see what David brings in, though, as his hunter side for GGK. Gonna be an interesting one for sure. Miki, any thoughts about these players? Have you seen these people before?
These are players who I used to play with. David, I used to be his opponent since I was a survivor back then. He's a very competent hunter. I'm very excited to see him play competitively. And then, as you know, Pablo, we know Pablo to be one of the server's most notorious grinders. He's always grinding it out. I have nothing but respect for this player. He gets to the top so fast in both factions. And, like, man, I just don't know, man. What kind of time do you got to have in this game to do that? But, yeah. Excited to see all these rank players go take it to tournament. I'm very excited to watch this.
Absolutely. And Pablo, man, Pablo is one heck of a grinder, man. You don't see a lot of those.
Pablo's the biggest grinder of this game, y'all. Like, straight up, on day 2 of reset, he'll be a champion somehow. And then me and Sikey would just look at, like, what? What?
For real, I'd be wondering, like, man, how many mornings does this guy have to play? And, like, not just that, you have to play him well, because you can't just do a bunch of matches. You have to win if you want to get that many. That's really impressive. The fact he's able to pull that off.
Win in time meta, probably.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. Excited to see what we have today. See what's going on here. I've said before, you know, SugarBabies, I believe it was. Yes, SugarBabies has a lot of survivors I have heard of before. Some of these are friends of a friend. Yeah, I'm excited to see them play. It's gonna be a lot of fun. By the way, we have some statistics here. Not sure if the last commentator Mixie told you guys, but we have some map statistics here. While we're waiting for the first match to start. Oh, looks like we have our map ban, Miki.
What's the map?
Looks like we got SugarBabies selected Hospital, but first GGK banned Moonlit. So they banned Moonlit from GGK. SugarBabies are going to be playing Hospital. So that's very interesting. You don't see Hospital first round most of the time. You usually see something more like something traditional, more like something like Church. And in fact, as I was about to say, for these stats, we actually have Church as the most picked map in this tournament so far, which is very interesting. Though not much of a surprise because it's very even for both sides. And as we said before, you just kind of, you know, Miki, we just kind of want to test the grounds. Both sides just want to test the grounds, you know.
Get a feel for your opponent. Yeah, on Red Church.
Absolutely. That's how it works. But interestingly enough, we're going to have Hospital be playing first this time. So very cool. I do love Hospital as a survivor map But as a hunter map, it's rough. It's definitely rough as hunter. But I still
Absolutely.
have respect. I still got major respect for the hunters who are able to play on hospital and actually enjoy playing on hospital. Some of them, which is very cool, I think.
I think
They're able
some
to merit it.
hunters, some of them even would say that Sacred Heart's their favorite map.
Oh
And
yeah,
I'm just
man.
kind of like, well, that is a sadist if I've ever seen one.
That says a lot about society.
We
Oh, yeah.
live in a rank match society where
Oh,
hospital
yeah.
is a hunter's favorite map.
And you know what? Hey, I don't mind. If they like hospital, as a survivor, we can shake hands on that.
No, yeah, exactly. Y'all can kind of just salute each other for y'all's strategies and such used on hospital. But I'm finally glad that we're not seeing Ever Sleeping or Red Church Psyche. We commented all last week. All we saw was Ever Sleeping Red Church. I don't think we saw many others. I think we saw Arms Factory once.
Yeah, we did see Arms Factory once. We still have yet to see Leo's Memory, at least when we're commentating here. But Leo's Memory is kind of like hospital. It's got the whole hospital problem, except on top of that, it's a huge map, which makes it very difficult for hunters to, just find people. And even when you find them, they're usually in pretty solid areas. So.
But we're getting
Very
right
annoying.
into things, Psyche, and the first, right off the bat, there, the Hunter is going to ban Seer.
Very good ban, very standard ban, I must say. Nothing unusual there. It is a good ban to do after all.
Map choice, though? Do you think Priestess would have been a better ban?
Possibly. It's interesting. Maybe you'd be right. Maybe you are right that maybe Hospital is a better ban. A better pick as Priestess. So maybe they should have banned the Priestess. But you know what? Seer is always such a great choice. It's hard to argue with that. In all honesty. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that Seer's just really standard, and maybe the teams are just saying that, oh, anyone can play Seer, but Priestess, maybe you'll have somebody who knows the spots, like the optimal spots and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like we are going to see the Priestess get taken. Very smart call from the survivors. Definitely
Forward
don't
and
want to give that up.
Priestess. Those are two cracked survivors right there.
Oh yeah, Forward and Priestess. That's a lot of trouble for the Hunter right there. But you never know. Maybe we will see a good comeback. A good turnaround.
Interestingly
I
enough,
have
Psyche,
seen-
we have a barmaid ban.
Oh, we do. So it could be a Dream Witch right off the bat. And you know what? Who am I kidding? This is Cthulhunex, I believe, is the hunter right now.
Oh, yeah, he does play Dream Witch, absolutely.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So it makes total sense that we're going to be seeing a Dream Witch here potentially. That's why they're picking Psychologist, I imagine. And Forward, even though it may not seem like Forward is a great option, like some of you guys might be wondering why is Forward being picked when they think it's a Dream Witch? Because these survivors definitely think it's a Dream Witch. Cthulhunex is known for pulling out the Dream Witch from SugarBabies. But the thing is, what makes Forward so strong is not really the harassment when people are getting picked up. Yeah, that's a little bit. It doesn't use up a whole lot of time for the hunter to do that. What is important is that you cannot leave a leech, just one leech at the chair. So what Dream Witches like to do is they like to leave one leech at chair, another leech pressuring a cipher. That's the goal, because you have your own leech, and then you have the leech from the person off of chair. Now, usually, you're not going to be able to leech anyone else, because you probably had to use that leech that you used on the original person. You're going to have to use that to hit the person at some point, so by the time they go down, you'll leech them again, and then you'll only have 2 leeches up on the field at that point. So you're going to want one at the chair, one at the cipher. What Forward causes is that Forward forces the hunter to not be able to do that. If the hunter were to do that, Forward will go ahead, stun for at least like 5 seconds that one leech, and the person off chair is going to get a free chance at a rebound, and the Dream Witch is going to need another blink or patroller or something like that. And they don't want to do that. They want to always be immediately hitting their players, their survivors, off of chair immediately, so they don't have to use those resources, and they can save it later on, so it's not on cooldown when they really need that blink on, let's say, maybe the Forward is harassing a little bit too closely, or maybe they want to save it for like the next 100 seconds after they kill their target, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because with the Dream Witch being able to ability spam, it's just they need to think carefully when to use them and whether or not they get a lot of value out of them. Like, injuring a Forward is huge for a Dream Witch because he's not going to be all willy-nilly with his harass anymore. especially if he's half health. So it might clear a lot of your problems out of the way. Also, not to mention, Sikey, we have the 599 duo that is locked at the end.
Oh, you're right, we do. So these people are going to be able to run to each other. These people, patient and psychologists, they're going to be able to have that extra synergy with each other. That's not really the important part, though. These two survivors are just really good in general by themselves already. So
Absolutely.
that extra sprinting is nice. It's kind of hard to give value out of, unless both of them are getting chased at the same time. In which case, if you have two people being chased at the same time, I feel like that's just bad positioning from the survivors. But every once in a while, you are able to have the patient just help out for just a little bit, not long. Doesn't have to be long, just a little tiny bit. Come next to the psychologist and help out that way, and that's really all he has to do. And they don't have to both be getting chased necessarily like full on. They could just one of them could just come up to the other and help them out. So that's kind of the idea that I think we're gonna see here. But both of them are just really good against Dream Witch in general. And look at that, Miki. We are going to see the Dream Witch. Not
A
much of a
very
surprise there.
strong round 1 pick from Cthulhu Nox here. And he knows that if he does not play her now, it is very likely that she will get banned unless there was a sculptor in play. But in this case, I'm pretty sure Dream Witch will get the ban.
Exactly. I have no doubt in my head that GGK will ban Dream Witch later on, unless they pick a map that's bad for Dream Witch and then they ban, like, let's say Sculptor or something like that.
Yeah,
That would
that's a
be
safe
the only other
ban, too.
possibility. And yeah, in that case, that would be completely safe to do as well. But it's really hard to, even on Dream Witch's worst map, she's still one of the best hunters in the game, regardless of the map. That's part of why she's so good. Regardless, so that's the thing. That's the thing you gotta be careful about. So they're probably going to ban Dream Witch regardless of what's going to happen this round. Even if they win, I imagine they will still ban Dream Witch because it is a scary hunter.
I think Dream Witch, yeah, absolutely. Dream Witch is a lot more complicated. Maybe, who knows? Maybe in terms of like downtime and pacing, Sculptor's better. Who knows? But like Dream Witch is a lot more complicated to go against, and that mental stress, adding that to being a survivor, that's pretty tough, to deal with.
Absolutely. So both of those things combined definitely make for a tough match. A tough match, absolutely. So not just having to focus, but honestly, even when you are focused, it's so easy for just one person to like lose track of a leech and then someone dies as a result of it. And so that's the thing about Dream Witch. You always got to be wary of that. You always got to be mindful. You always got to be careful. You never know.
You never know. Dream Witch is like a Groundhog Day, man. Like you never know if they'll see their shadow or not, or in this case, just Dream Witch.
Just Dream Witch.
Just Dream Witch, bro. The evil shepherd herself.
The evil shepherd.
Sikey,
Exactly.
Sikey, you were caught lacking. You were not online on the game.
Oh, I'm being caught lacking.
You're
Oh
caught
my
lacking.
goodness.
I'm on before you. You got caught, bro.
Holy crap, we can't be getting caught lacking. All right, we're getting on.
All right, cool.
Miki catching me lacking of all people. Gosh dang. Okay.
Yeah, for real, bro. I'm about to say, I'm the one who's never online. You're gonna get online. But look,
just so we can stick in the match.
It is I who has caught you lacking this time.
Oh yeah. All right. I think we're good. I'm being invited by Astra Andromeda. Do we have a sponsor for today's stream, Andromeda? Andromeda's gonna be playing.
Sports.
I'm being invited by Andromeda.
Are they the room host?
I have no idea. Ali, is your name Andromeda game? Hold up, let me invite you, Miki. Alright, we're just waiting for the match to start, guys. Very shortly, we will have the last match start. Not the last match, this first match, I should say.
Okay, there you go.
I think Miki's in. So yes, I'm very curious as to what will happen here. Dream Witch on Hospital. Not an easy map to beat, even as the game's best hunter. Definitely a hard map, regardless of the situation. And yeah, can't wait to see what Cthulhu Nox is going to be able to do here. We're going to be able to also see the spawn positioning here, Miki. So I'm very curious what we're going to see here from the survivors. Probably they're going to be picking like more middle-ish spawns on the sides of the map so they can allow.
I'm hoping if they want to survive.
Oh yeah, we'll probably see at least one person start in middle. Because because it's just such a safe place that you really don't need to rotate from. So it's like the one place where it's like honestly okay to start middle. One of the few maps where middle is actually the safest place. Very ironic. Usually you don't see that.
No, absolutely. The last thing they want to do here is corner themselves, especially with Hospital having horrible corners. Other, with exception to God Corner, like other than God Corner, Hospital and Statue, whatever, their corners are so ugly. You got T-Wall Corner, you got the Logs Corner, wherever. You got Forest Corner. They're all crusty. If they're not the main two or the main three, the big three kiting areas, they're so crusty, dude.
They
Like, where do I go? Where do I go from there?
You're right. Yeah, you are pretty locked in those kinds of corners. So that's the thing. That's the thing. You got to be careful. Positioning does matter a little bit on Hospital. It's not such a gimme at all because there are corners of the map that's like you are asking to die if you approach that area. So
no, yeah, Hospital
definitely gotta
is
be
a
wary.
very strong map, but like Sikey and I are saying, it does not mean the whole map is safe for survivors. That's not the case.
So real quick, do we have the? Yes, we do have the selections for the builds. We have forward Priestess Lock, Barmaid Band. Oh wait, no, that's the locks. Patient has Tide Turner. Forward has Tide. Pretty normal expected.
We got two
selection.
Chungus and two Tide Turners, I believe.
Yes, we got the Chunguses. Very true. Very true.
Have you
And
seen
yes,
GGK play yet? I have not, so I'm kind of excited to see what their play style is. In terms of like communication, teamwork, that type of stuff. Do they opt to let their one
absolutely.
survivor do the job and they all to code? Do they opt to have assist? Especially with that forward in play? I don't know, but I'm really excited to see that. And here we go with the location picks. We have an immediate grabs. And we have an upside down L, the Waluigi L, I would like to say, positioning. And this
The
is very
Waluigi L.
fine. Yeah, the Waluigi L, because Psyche is up in Shack. But Psyche can take 3 hits, a whopping 3 hits. That's 3 abilities Dream Witch might have to expend. And as long as Psyche doesn't give any free hits, I'm pretty sure she can have a pretty good kite starting from Shack. And then especially she can run to her patient buddy right there, as you can see they're together. And I think that's a really good idea, Psyche. I've never seen that before, so.
I think so. I think that so I mean it is still a little bit risky, admittedly, because you know when you put yourself at shed, at the end of the day you still can only go in one direction. So I like the idea here that they're going for, but I think there is a little bit of risk attached. Like he could have still started off at like sorry, the psychologist could have still started off at like let's say like between statue and force, and they could have done like it that way, and like that way you can still reach each other honestly. But here we go.
You're
We're gonna
right.
go into the first half of the match. It's gonna be very exciting. We're gonna see what exactly is going on here. We're gonna have Cthulhu next already going straight for the patient. So opting for the patient instead of the psychologist. I would say that's a smart move, especially since patient is not in a preferable spot.
I think
frankly
Patient is
speaking.
waiting and anticipating the window block, but by then he waited a little too long and already using a hook with no ability from the Dream Witch in trade. So this is a negative trade for the Patient and a positive for the Dream Witch. And as you can see, pushing him all the way to statue already. Like I said, just kind of corralling him in right here. Patroller is down, and he dropped that pallet, so he will not be able to cancel with the next pallet. He will not be able to reach it on time. So there's the first hit coming off right here.
It would be really nice if he could go to hospital here, but he chooses not to. Chooses not to hook towards hospital, and as a result, he's going to get patroller here, no problem. He
I
still would have
like
gotten
this from
patroller at
Cthulhu
hospital.
Nox. He is not wasting any time whatsoever.
Ooh, nice
Just
pallet
2
drop.
patrollers immediately using them. This is a really good pallet, though. But also, the leech being right there just kind of forced him to make that choice, which is really
I'm a
unfortunate
little
for the
bit
patient.
scared. I'm a little bit scared for Cthulhu next right here because this patroller is only gonna bite 3 times. Thankfully, well technically 2 times. But thankfully Cthulhu next was still able to get that down. Actually, is it exhausted? It says here, yeah, it's exhausted 2 times here in the top left. So you know that patroller is only gonna bite 1 less time. So instead of 3 times, it's 2 times. I mean, if you count the starting bite, it's 4 times and 3 times each. But that first bite, the hunter cannot actually move for those bites. So I wouldn't
So
say I
you're
count
saying
that.
the patient got hit on the last bite, unfortunately, right?
Yes, he got hit on the last bite, unfortunately. And look at that. Forward is gonna go for a
great
stun
rescue.
here. Great rescue. So no hit on the forward. And it does suck a little bit because it does mean that the patient will get farmed
Cannot
immediately.
use hooks. Yeah.
Yes,
that's
he also
true.
cannot use hooks, and he still had 2 more, so maybe that wasn't preferable. If he already uses hooks, it would have been preferable, because at this point they're just going for the tie, and they don't want the rescuer to injure, because then if the rescuer gets injured, it's going to allow the hunter to snowball, because then someone has to heal, and then Dream, which is really good when 2 people are in the same spot. So the fact that rescuer
Evil
didn't get injured
Shepherd. We
is
do call her
amazing.
the Evil Shepherd, so
Exactly,
she is really good at that.
She is the evil shepherd for a reason. Mm-hmm.
And she's very good at herding the sheep together for sure. But one thing that I noticed from Cthulhu's, a little missed opportunity there, not going for a full presence, because that patient was kind of giving those hits, blocks the forward in with the leech, no chances of hooks once again. Opting to kill, maybe a blink switch.
Ooh, a blink would have switched would have been nice there, but I assume Cthulhu didn't go for it because it would have been a little bit risky. Like, what if the forward football just a moment sooner, and the leech would have been
Another hit, despite usage of flywheel, psychologist still gonna get tagged. That is.
So
really
that's going to be
unfortunate.
huge. It's going to be huge. It now means that's actually huge because it now means that psychologist cannot heal the forward without her herself now being dead to a blink.
Exactly.
Now, hopefully they can remove this leech. If they can remove this leech in time, they're in the money. They did, but this is not their leech, so it's not going to matter at all. That's main
Oh
body,
my
so they shouldn't
goodness.
have removed it in that case. They should have kept running in that case.
Yeah, I think the thing is, they were really focused on removing that leech, so they didn't even realize. By the time Cthulhu walked through the door, it's too late to realize that is not your leech. That is very much the spawn follower. And in that case, they just gave a strong advantage to Cthulhu, especially given that the cipher is being worked on is right by this chair, forcing a fast rescue.
Speaking of which, that cipher is actually almost done. So if they can rescue this, and oh god, no, but that's going to be almost immediate down. That means that she's not going to have enough time to finish this. And in fact, this might mean she goes to go down, and she doesn't have flywheel back up yet. She just used it earlier, and there she goes. She goes down, unfortunately. A little bit greedy on that cipher. Should have been a little bit more careful. But at the end of the day, if they're also more careful, well, then the forward just gets chaired here. Yeah, she survives, but then what? I suppose it's always better to be careful because then it at least gives you a better chance to pop the 4th cipher, so then maybe the 5th cipher can get popped and maybe you guys can get one escape
So
through the gate.
Priestess is coming all the way from, not Japan, by the way, all the way from Forest over there, and she's going to try to make this rescue, but this is going to be really difficult given Dream Witch, but I don't think she's actually going for it, never mind. She's kind of hiding in the hospital. They're going for a one-man escape, I suppose. Just kind of count your blessings while you can. Especially
like
because
she's gonna change her mind. I think she changed her mind there because she saw that leech from so far away.
But the trails are being exposed. The best part about long portal then again. Priest is broken. But what's it called? Then again, knowing positioning and everything, especially when going for a 4K, is really important.
Absolutely, that is the biggest thing with survivors. You gotta know your positioning well. And unfortunately, that forward did go down by the cipher, and that positioning is going to, both hunter and survivor positioning is important, but for survivors especially, because you die in the wrong spot, that is now a guaranteed cipher that's not going to get done. Now your win goes from a win to a tie, and if it's a tie, then it goes from a tie to a loss.
So Cthulhu is just gonna drag the psychologist, get the struggle, and then probably get the main body hit. Same thing, because struggling does not matter for Dream Witch. As you see, he brought that follower really close, and then bop, he's down. That's kind of how it's gonna go right here. He's gonna keep doing that until he finds the priestess, and the priestess is just gonna decode and run. So this might be a little long, depending on how well this priestess kites. But even then, it seems like Cthulhu is setting up for a strong 5-point lead for his team.
Absolutely. She's actually going to try going for a world portal there. I believe that was a misclick. I think that would be a little bit strange to go for a world portal in that situation, so it must have been a misclick.
Oh, caught being greedy. Holy cow.
Gonna get a hit through the pallet there. That pallet is really bad no matter what, so she really needed a stun there. Dropped a little bit. It happens. Dropped a pallet there a little bit too early. But now she's going to go after the psychologist. Now, if she can knock down the psychologist with a blink, then she no longer needs a leech by that psychologist because she cannot get herself up. And if Cthulhu can identify where the priestess is, which he does, then that means there's no longer any chance that the priestess can even heal up the psychologist to stall this game out even longer. It is just one blink away, as we can see in the bottom right corner. Although, I'm not sure if you guys can see. I think...
Here comes the blink.
Yes, you guys can see. So there's the blink. Blink is... There we go. Up. And, yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it rolls. Dream Witch
5
getting
lead.
4 people.
Dream Witch, absolutely. As we said, Sikey, this map for Dream Witch is not nearly as bad for if you're gonna play any other mid-tier hunter, or even just a little less than Dream Witch even then, because Dream Witch just has that map control, and I don't think Dream Witch would not really hospital chase, honestly. And as you saw, he kind of pushed all the survivors into the worst kiting areas and got his hits there. Dropped Patroller then, forced him to move out of his strong kiting area. Like, that window vault was everything. Like, it may not seem like it was, but forcing the patient to window vault and then run behind him by placing the leech right there, like, closed off that
Exactly.
kiting area. And that was really, really good hunting from Cthulhu Nox by just making that choice. That choice was really great.
Exactly, and it's gonna make it so difficult for the patient to even escape that kind of situation. Really, the key in that situation is I feel like after the first hit, um, I understand that he might have been a little bit scared to die at hospital. I think with some priestess support, he totally could have had it happen. Surviving at hospital, I think that's a slight risk they had to take because if they don't take it, that patient is sure as heck going down. They're not going to be able to have a chance at a win this game. At that point, they would only be able to. And like that was a very tough match because Cthulhu is very good with Dream Witch, very good at controlling the leeches. So even if you get a less bite, one less bite from the patroller, Cthulhu was still able to corner that patient so that he really couldn't go anywhere. I believe he could have used one hook after like the first bite and gotten himself out of that area, and then at least he would have had a chance to be by a pallet after the last and final bite, because when he was getting bit, that was the last and final bite. So hooking out of that area and then getting bit somewhere else, like maybe towards a pallet to even cancel the bite, would have been amazing. What's up, Mama? I see you in the chat.
Oh yeah, usage of a hook. Yeah, he only really got one hook used that kite, huh? That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, so only one hook. And here's the other thing. Cthulhu knows what to do against Ford. So earlier I was mentioning, the Dream Witch can't take her leech away from the chair because then what happens is the Ford is going to stun the one leech on the chair. Cthulhu made sure to leave a second leech by the chair. So even if the Ford gets a stun off, the second leech will be there to basically nullify the stun completely and be like as if that leech that got stunned never happened in the first place. It's like Coordinator shooting a flare gun at a leech. It doesn't do anything. There's always going to be a second leech there. So it's interesting. Similar idea with Coordinator. Actually, never thought about it this way, but you actually against Coordinator, you kind of have to have a second leech by the chair. Otherwise, Coordinator flare will always get great value, even more value than a regular football stun, just because of how long that
Sikey,
stun
a
is.
5-0 lead for SugarBabies right now.
Yes, 5-0 lead. And I don't know if you guys understand the significance of this. We were talking about earlier, the whole point of picking hospitals that you want to be able to have your survivors get those wins, at least ties at minimum. But instead, SugarBabies is going to completely take them out, GGK out, with a 5-point lead. Not a single person escaped. What does that mean for the survivor side of SugarBabies? That now means they only need one person out on the best kiting map in the game. A map that hardly requires teamwork in the first place. Like maybe at best if it's Dream Witch, yeah, that's when the priestess support would have been helpful, but that's like the best hunter in the game. And you just need that little bit of support. Just that little bit. On top of like whatever hooks you have that's making
just a tiddlywink, you know?
Wait, what?
Just a tiddlywink.
It's a tiddlywink? What are you talking about?
It's like a small bit, basically. It's slang, I think, in college.
Just a wink, just a pinch of support
just
against
a pinch
the
of
best
support,
hunter.
yeah.
So
A
that's
gram.
a gram of support, a milligram of support there, I say. And like it's hospital too, so you could just straight up say, hey, I have a portal here going from first to second floor. Hey, I have a portal going across the building, like from one side of the hole to birdcage.
Oh yeah,
That's the
that
scary
one's
thing.
broken. Yeah, we
That
didn't
one
see
is
any of that, did we? No, not at all.
No,
Not
we
even
haven't.
attempt to go to your teammate to help you out. Because right here, especially against Dream Witch, IDV is a teamwork-oriented game in terms of the survivors, and I think we're only now starting to realize that, and I really like seeing two survivors work together, even if the support is minimal, but it does a huge thing. Even one portal probably would have done that patient, like, maybe an extra 30 seconds. Or hospital, maybe even a minute, who knows? No one knows.
Absolutely. And there's just a little bit would have changed the game completely. And that's the thing. What seems like a complete domination from the hunter actually could have possibly been changed with just one move, which is the crazy thing to think. Hospital, that was just one move away from being way, way harder for the hunter, which is why this is such a scary map to pick as the first round, because you have all these amazing survivors. These amazing survivors usually have amazing transition abilities. These transition abilities would be used to go into the most broken areas of the map, no problemo. Especially when the most broken area of the map is middle, that means any side of the map can be reached.
All right, here we go,
towards the middle.
Sikey. Our bans and locks. Priestess ban, forward tier lock, acro ban, dental lock, boom. And just like that, you
Boom,
got
just like
one
that.
more hunter ban and one more survivor lock. So these are fantastic picks. And like I said, Priestess is banned. So GGK's hunter is not taking any chances on support whatsoever. And they're just kind of like, nah, no Priestess, But forward is gonna come out and seer too. So okay, no support, no Priestess, then forward. No Priestess, then seer, And then female dancer locked, which is really weird, Sikey, because no one's really gonna ban dancer, are they?
No, they're not. So maybe it would have been better to pick it as a fourth pick. But either way, it's a fine pick because of all these heights where you drop down, you get that 50% speed bonus. It's like vaulting a window. It's
yeah,
crazy
dancer
good
is definitely a map niche pick. I do like seeing dancer here, and it's honestly really annoying to chase her, especially if she gets access to that hospital. Doesn't need to use it. If she drops off the window, gets a speed boost, she gone.
Absolutely.
Brand new sign lease on life, bruh.
Brand new sign lease on life, so just get away super easily. So yeah, we do see the Priestess pick ban here, and as you mentioned earlier before, Miki, you ban Priestess. Well, now we're just gonna go Seer, and that's kind of the problem with round one is you can ban two of the best survivors, and then there's always going to be two others that remain. Is the problem. So
there's just so many good survivors. And not to mention, you know who we didn't see, Sikey, that we always see round one as well? The whole problem with round one? Where was my green bean? Where was the mercenary?
You're right. Where was the mercenary? And I suppose in this case against Dreamwitch, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go mercenary because there's just so many. It's fine to go mercenary, but you could just have a faster decoder that's just as good against Dreamwitch. I feel like that was the idea there, especially since they already have forward. You don't really need a mercenary, especially on a map like this with Dreamwitch. I wonder what SugarBabies is playing around though. GGK, this is against David, so maybe this is a
Third ban is Patient, and final lock is Barmaid. So there's your team comp. Barmaid, female dancer, seer, and forward. All survivors who can benefit off of each other, which is kind of what we want to see here. And I think David is notorious for his wheel.
I believe so. David does play a lot of wheel. At least that's what I recall from when I see him. I believe he also plays Dreamwitch, though. I think maybe Sculptor. I can't remember, but he plays at least two of those three. So he is just as willing, just as able to step up to the plate and compete with
Cthulhu
Nukes. I'm being told Cthulhu Nukes.
Cthulhu Nukes?
It's apparently Spanish. I would have never guessed. It looks like gibberish to me.
I did not say. I did not think it was Spanish either. I just called him
that's
Cthulhu.
what I'm saying.
I just called him Cthulhu, like the fish beast from the sea.
Cthulhu. For real, Cthulhu is spelled KTH. So that's what I was thinking as well. That's why I was saying Cthulhu next. So anyway, back to the point. David is very able to step up to this play. By the way, the patient ban, I will say, very, I would say a smart move. Very good map for patient. You got to hop in through like one window. Even if you're not inside a hospital, you could be across the map and you can hook off a tree into hospital support with a priestess, which is what we could have seen last game. There's gonna be no priestess this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As somebody who labbed out patient for over 5 hours, trust me, y'all. This map broken for him. I spent a good 2 hours on this map alone. So yeah, this dude can go places. Let's just say that. And Sikey, there's even a broken lineup where if you go up to hospital and you see that big tree in front of you, if you hook off of that at a certain angle and a certain area, you can bounce right back into birdcage.
Absolutely. So yeah, that's the thing. You can just bounce right in back and forth.
And I have used that before to hide from hunters. I have done the hook, and then by the time they get to the balcony or whatever, I crouch so they don't see me in birdcage. So they will drop down quite literally, I'll look like I have disappeared.
Mhm.
So I think that Patient Band is a good call. And we're seeing the Penguin.
Penguin. It's very interesting on this kind of map because it's very difficult when there's all these when there's this huge building in the way, especially on a good map. But here's the thing: if you ever, there are some advantages to Bonbon here as well. For starters, generally, hospital involves a lot of looping on yourself. So, like for example, ruins on hospital involves using the pallet and then going around towards the window, and that's a great time for Bomb to use bombs. Forest requires using one pallet and sometimes using the second one in that same spot, which involves going around yourself, around the
How
hunter.
appropriate, Sikey. Daiquiri Alcohol's playing barmaid.
Absolutely, very appropriate indeed. And we're gonna see a very typical spawn selection. This is exactly
I'm
what I
gonna call
expected.
this the Tetris spawn.
We got the Tetris spawn. This is a very versatile block in Tetris, I will say. This is one of my favorites for sure. Although I prefer the super long one, the 4-1.
Yeah, I don't like that little space under the block, especially when you place it down, and then the one above it, because then you got awkward holes, and everyone knows in Tetris, the more holes, the worse.
Absolutely. So you don't want holes. In Tetris, at least you don't want holes. Having holes is a bad thing in Tetris. So
Or holes by Shia LaBeouf.
holes by Shia LaBeouf. We got forward in a dangerous spot. It makes total sense. Barmeat is going to spawn over there. I think it makes a little bit more sense then. Although maybe I would have spawned like right outside shed rather than over here, because now if you go the opposite direction of the hunter, you're still kind of in a bad spot, and you're going to be forced to go ruins. If they spawned like between shed and back corner, the hunter could spawn shed, but honestly, you could still go hospital, and it's not really much of a problem for this year. This year can easily get out the way.
Move. Get out the way. All right, Bonbon's gonna head right over to statue, but look at Daiquiri Alcohol just walking in place or running away, and there's the trails already seen. I'm pretty sure David knows this, and he's headed right for her, all the way at Ruins, utilizing a nice trick because he's using the perk called Hunter's Instinct, and it means if you're not in a chase, when you look at also that bomb drop was excellent. It's gonna make sure that that pallet is not dropped on top of him, because if it was, he would have traded a chip hit. So great awareness from David. Holy crap!
Great. That was really good. We're gonna see some music box here. By the way, trying to mind game with the 5-second bomb didn't work out for him. And look at this blue music box. He's not even inside the blue music box zone, but because he just walked out of it, it still applies for an extra 2 seconds.
That's a
And
lot
look
of
at this.
time. Daiquiri
Look
Alcohol
at the
is
amount of
gone.
time. Unfortunately, the Kiri took a very awkward route, so he is just gonna be able to quickly get cut off.
Exactly.
So
What was the route?
not recommended. I would have gone shed, and the person at shed can easily get out the way. This is something I see a lot. Oh wow, that's game killing. Lost
That's
the
not
barmaid bottle
good.
and the owl. Lost both at the same time. So. And it's gonna
And
be
there's
huge.
the 5-second bomb.
Again, going to be really killer. Great 5-second bomb timing. That was really good.
Wait, Sikey. For GGK, this is a great start because they need a 4K to tie it up.
Yes, they do. They do need a 4-person kill here. Otherwise, they do lose this round. So this hunter, what we're looking at right here is, this is David, by the way, the Chinese name, that's David. David needs to get 4 people here just to tie this. And if he doesn't, he's in a lot of trouble. So he's pretty much banking on them trying to go for this rescue and him stopping it. If the survivors are going to play it safe here, they're not even going to go for it. They're just going to keep doing these ciphers. And Bonbon is just going to be left in the rough spot. We still didn't see a tray, but we can see it in the bottom right that it's blinked. So he's not going to be able to just magically teleport across the map.
He knows where Dancer is now because the music box, so he knows she's not rescuing. He's limiting
I'm pretty
his options.
sure he can.
But
Yeah.
here comes Pablo.
Oh, I think he's lagging right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he's
lagging.
definitely lagging. Oh yeah, I could see from a mile away.
And we have my favorite part of IDV, the pause button.
Oh man, the pause button. You only get one. Gotta use it wisely. But when you finally use it, you got a whole.
But here is the call on the pause, Sikey. So what we need to see here from the survivors is honestly just sell. Sell. What does he do? What does Bonbon do about a sell?
Well, too late, Miki.
Yeah,
As you can see,
right.
the Ford is exhausted right next to the chair, so you may want to rethink that statement.
No, the Ford just kind of ran the 50-mile sprint right there. just to get to the chair. So looks like they're going for it after half. But Sikey, what do you think about that? The thing is, if you need to get one person out, shouldn't you secure your chances as much as possible?
Yeah, I would say that, but here's the thing, David stepped really far away from the chair. He went all the way like between ruins and hospital, kind of far, which is a really big deal. And this is going to give Barmaid a second chance at survival here. And if we take a look at her abilities, she has broken windows, so maybe she can get up. It depends if this 4 is about to rescue her, if he's still exhausted. Okay, he is about to rescue her, so she's definitely going to be able to. No,
But
that's
she
not what I
runs
was
right
thinking.
into the hunter instead of running.
Yeah,
around
I was thinking going around because that would have been pretty much the same thing, except the difference is look at that great stun there.
Good stun.
Always make sure you guys really big forward tip.
And
Always
look
make sure
where
you
she
stun.
is. That was
Yep,
a
that's
fantastic
game.
stun.
That's game.
That's game. No,
Well,
that's
It's never
good.
technically game. It's never technically game. I suppose some trump card miracle could save him. But look at this. Now she's gonna make a bottle. If we check her perspective, she's already halfway done mixing. Holy crap! The
Then
next
she's
bottle.
gonna be full health by then.
And she's gonna be full health. It's almost like as if nothing ever happened, which is look at that flywheel. That the 5-second bomb mind game actually worked out because she flywheeled through it. I feel like it would have been
Kind
a
of
little
trapped
bit
herself
beneficial.
a bit, don't you think?
Yes, she did. She did in fact trap herself, but it's not gonna matter if you're able to get out of that horrible
Good patience?
situation anyway. I don't like that Sapphire was walking so far to the side there because
Nice.
if it wasn't, it's not like David would have been able to align a bomb when he's not even holding one in his hand. He has to hold one. He wouldn't be able to drop it. So
Oh
a little
yeah,
bit of
especially
waste
because he's not at full presence either. He can't afford to waste bombs right here.
In fact, he's down to 1 bomb, and
that's
this-
the
this-
last cipher.
that is the last cipher. Let's check real quick how much it's at. It's at 70. So David's gonna walk up here. It's technically at 60, something like that. But, this is gonna be really rough because he is playing a hunter where he just has no mobility. It's gonna be getting combos. I suppose is possible, but it's almost impossible if the survivors are good because they're just gonna keep splitting up, and you're not gonna be able to like combo 4 survivors at once with your bomb. It's possible.
Doing the other
but-
ciphers too. They don't
Look at
need to
that.
commit to this one cipher. They can literally just split off into the other.
Look at this. Just like that, David used 4 bombs and he's all the way down to like 1. It was not 2 out of 6, and he got nothing out of it, unfortunately. He missed every single one of them. And this is how bad it is dealing with no full presence as Bonbon, is that it takes forever to hit one bomb.
anything.
Exactly. When you kill someone as Bonbon, you're usually just barely out of bombs. I think you know that best, Miki, when you've been playing Bonbon. When
Oh
you
my
kill someone
god,
as
yes,
Bonbon,
dude.
you are always,
When
yes, you are always on the edge. You are always on the edge with Bonbon with his bombs. You need 2 for a single hit, which means you need 8 in total. That's not counting survivor abilities. That's a lot of bombs for early game. That's quite a bit. That's assuming they don't dodge it. That's assuming they don't use survivor abilities against it.
He
That's
just
assuming they're
needs
not
one
following
chip
you.
hit to get his presence, cannot afford to miss this. And there it is, full presence,
There it
however.
is.
Like you said, there's really not much he can do in this situation. Down Seer, create some pressure, I guess. But the thing is, by the time you chair, that Cypher is going to be like 50, 60, the same as the one that you're guarding right now.
Absolutely. So it's gonna be almost impossible to protect both these servers at the same time as Bonbon. Let's check on Seer. Seer is healing. Pablo is going for the Cypher because it's not being guarded, and our female dancer is being chased. So
This Psyche
gonna
is
have
what
this
I'd
window
like to
here.
call the Bonbon problem.
The
It's like-
Bonbon problem.
What exactly do you think the Bonbon problem is?
The Bonbon problem seems to be that his little tiny waddly legs can't carry him all the places that every other hunter can
You
go.
are 100% correct. The Bonbon problem is the fact that Bonbon, no matter what devastating explosive power he has, all you have to do is keep your distance from him. And what is he gonna do? Fly over there? Like that's the
Alright,
Bonbon
guys.
problem.
David's got one chance here. Oh, he's not even gonna be able to chair. I forgot because it's a forward. He can't even chair right away because he's gonna try to go for a chair stun. He might go for it anyway. Yeah.
He's gonna get it.
I was saying this was gonna be his one. Chair shoot! No, Pablo's already a step ahead.
Nope.
Really-
Pablo
really
is
great,
a
really
step
good.
ahead. Just a sadly mistimed. What's it called? Excitement. And now no teleport is in play, Psyche.
So his one chance there was. This was his one chance there. It's amazing. I didn't think he was going to be able to chair anyone at this point in the game, but he was able to. And what that means now is that he had a chance constantly terror shocking over and over and over and over, which is very hard to do. And there we go. There's our one
You
survivor
can do
out.
that? A terror shock chain?
Well, you would have to
And
terror
that's
shock the forward, and then the next person would have to get terror shock that needs to get rescued. You know, assuming they're not rescuing together, that would be his one chance.
By the way, this is still important that he gets as many points as he can because, like you said, round 3 and above, it will matter.
Yes, so assuming that the opposing team SugarBabies doesn't win round 2, points will matter for round 3. So he still wants to get as many as possible, so it's a good thing he didn't get 4-man there.
So
that means
he prevented the earning of 2 extra points from SugarBabies right there. That was really good for him. So this round would be going to SugarBabies. Good job on the round. But this is round 1. GGK now knows what they're capable of, knows what maps they prefer and all. So now I'm just kind of thinking they got to get ready for the counterplay. Got to know that their main hunter is going to be banned. Got to know their best survivors will be banned. So yeah.
Absolutely. So they're going to be in a rough spot here, GGK, because now GGK is going to need to win this round. If they need to either win or tie. If they tie, they're going to still need to win it in round 3. So now, no matter what, they're in a position where they're behind. And it's not good to be in a position that's behind round 1, because round 2 and round 3, it's so easy to start pulling up the tie hunters now that you are banning some of the better survivors against the tie hunters. And that's really the key. So if you can secure a win in round 1, that's great as on your team. Because then you can start pulling up the tie hunters, ban the good survivors against the tie hunters, and all you're left with is like half the team can like counter the tie survivor, and then the other half is like just okay at it. And so that's kind of the idea with these tie hunters. You're trying to play them in the later rounds once you've already won, so that way it's almost impossible to do a winning kite with your type of survivor. These tie hunters are called tie hunters because they're generally strong enough to kill like 1 or 2 people in terms of chase, but then they struggle in terms of map pressure, so they're just able to get a tie, and that's about it. But in this case, in tournaments, that's really all you need. Let's take a look at the stats here. We got 100 contain time, 7 to 3 contain time, 100 to 32. We see very high contain times all across the board, and that really comes down to the fact that Bonbon lost his target, and he didn't lose him. He saw them go into hospital, but if he kept continuing it, he knows he's losing. Like if not losing, tie, and he needs 4 people. So his best shot is to just get anyone on chair and hopefully get terror shocks at that point.
Also, a fatal gamble with the terror shock excitement. But the problem about that gamble is even if you get that terror shock, I think that Cypher was ready. And also, that would mean that you are stuck in Blade Wipe, 4 just gets up and rescues, and then you have the same problem. You are now a hunter with no teleport and no mobility to make up for it.
Exactly. So Penguin has that problem. Bonbon has that problem.
The Bonbon problem, ladies and gentlemen.
Being really slow. Once he catches someone, he needs to camp them and just completely prevent that. So we saw that. What happens when you lose your target off of chair? Is that what happens is like your abilities don't come back fast enough. Your abilities are just barely built to just barely have enough to like kill 1 person. And after that, any more bombs that you use is not because of your ability coming back quickly. It's because you have someone on chair. That's your 30 seconds to build up bombs before someone rescues. Even if no one rescues, at least you have a full stack of bombs in that case, right? But if you lose that target completely, you probably committed a little bit of bombs to them, which is what we saw there, and then he's kind of left in this really terrible, situation where David is always constantly running out of bombs because he just can't store enough of it quickly enough because the rest of the survivors are all already in a really good position. They're already in good kiting spots. It's going to make it very difficult to come back at all at that point. And it definitely would have been possible, but he was just missing way too many. Definitely could have been cleaner, no doubt about that. But even then, it still comes back so slowly that even if you hit every single bomb, you're going to still have to do some waiting at the end of the day. That's assuming you don't miss any. That, again, that's assuming they don't use their items appropriately. It's just a whole bunch of problems with Bonbon in that kind of situation. Usually by then, it's too late. So it was a little bit scary seeing Bonbon, a little bit scary picking Bonbon, and that is the risk you run with Bonbon is that if they're in really good areas, you just might not be able to get efficient bomb chains is the problem. And Hospital has a few good areas against Bonbon. Hospital has a few good areas for Bonbon. Sorry, against Bomba and for Bonbon. But really, the moment they get in hospital, that's where it's like, yeah, that's where Bonbon becomes just absolutely sketchy. So very rough. And yes, GGK is going to need to get at least a tie or win this round to even things up, or at least win round 3, something like that. That's going to be the goal here. So GGK going to be picking Ever Sleeping, and we saw a Moonlit ban from SugarBabies this time. So we saw a Moonlit ban last round. We saw a Moonlit ban this time again. Last time it was GGK banning Moonlit. Now SugarBabies is also banning Moonlit. Looks like they're in agreement there. Neither of them really like Moonlit. And so this time
we're going
Ever
back to
Sleeping.
Ever Sleeping.
So if we look at the statistics here, Ever Sleeping this tournament, in this specific tournament, not like in general, this specific tournament, it appears that Ever Sleeping is the second most pick map, just one pick behind Red Church. So they're almost tied. Ever Sleeping and Red Church are almost tied with one another. And the key really here is that these Ever Sleeping especially, very hard map to kite on by yourself. You usually need some sort of support, and that's where the better team comes out on top, because the better team can support. You know, the better team is not going to always be able to pull off a good 3-cipher kite. It's not very reliable to do on this kind of map because you just don't have the resources to do it. So you need your teammates to help.
I'm just gonna say one thing, Sikey. Ever Sleeping?
I know, Miki. I don't like it either. I think it's really boring.
Yeah, but you know what? I think the players can plenty make up for it. So we got confirmed. Our first 2 bans from the Hunter, our Priestess Seer and Wheel, is going to be banned from the Survivors, and then their lock is Forward Barmaid.
I think these are both great bans. These are both really good bans against what's her name? Dreamwitch, which is, by the way, an amazing hunter on this map. It's so close together. The buildings make it really hard to run away from leeches. You're kind of forced to go in one direction exclusively, which means you can just kind of leave leeches in like alleyways, and it completely blocks off the whole alleyway. And the next alleyway is usually really, really far away to walk around. So that's the idea with Dreamwitch here. That's what makes her so good, is that between those buildings, it's very difficult to like deal with the leech. You kind of have to go around it, and going around it is not so easy because the buildings are way bigger than what's needed to go around, and the buildings are actually working against the survivor in that perspective. So we're going to see first of all an incorrect map shown. It should be Ever Sleeping, not Hospital. So we have Priestess Seer as the first ban, and we see a Wheel pick. Wheel ban, that makes perfect sense. Because David, I believe, like I said before, I believe David plays Wheel. And so it's a little bit scary to go against Wheel on this map. So instead, they rather ban the Wheel because there's very few windows, and they rather just go ahead and try to pick really good survivors against Dreamwitch. This is going to try to force the Hunter into picking a Sculptor, ideally, but these are still pretty decent. Oh, David out, and Santi is in. Oh, we got a sub here. My bad, guys. David is not going to be playing anymore. We have Santi subbing in for David as the GGK Hunter. So I actually don't know. Miki, do you know Santi? I can't recall.
Santi, I believe, at the time where I ranked, I think it's Sculptor Ripper.
Interesting. In that case, Sculptor can be good here. Oh no, but then they picked the Enchantress. You know, very interesting Enchantress ban. Pick, I mean, not ban. I don't really like Enchantress. I just feel there's so many better survivors because at the end of the day, you take 2 statue hits, you're dead to a blink, and like you're gonna get like 1 stun maybe. Assuming you don't get hit by statues really quickly because you have no abilities, so kind of banking on the fact you don't quickly get hit by statues. You're just gonna last just long enough to get at least 1 stun. Then you can get the other 2 statues to hit you, and then you can use a triple stun. I don't like Enchantress. This is just kind of my personal preference. I don't agree with the other servers using Enchantress because she just seems like a super lackluster character who not only requires the certain hunter be picked, but even when that one hunter is picked, because of the fact Enchantress doesn't start with anything, it makes it almost impossible to dodge any abilities if the hunter is really good at their hunter. This game is all about using abilities to counter abilities. And the fact that not only does her abilities now work from far range, unlike almost every hunter ability, which works at far range, even if she did have any abilities, it's going to be hard to use because they only work at a short range. So, but like, she's got nothing. On top of that, she's got nothing. So she's going to need to dodge some stuff, and it's going to be very difficult. I imagine they're probably going to put her in a safe spot. Like, they banned Wheel. they have good stuff against Dream Witch, so I suppose that even like explains that justifies Enchantress a little bit. Now they're picking for the Sculptor again. I feel like there are better options than Enchantress, but this is my personal preference. At least feels like it feels a little bit too slow at what she does. I see the idea. It's just a little bit slow for her to keep up before she like ultimately dies, and like best you're getting is a tie. Honestly.
So it looks like
But
we have
yeah.
a secret wax artist because wax artist is the actual lock for Santi right now.
Yes, so we're actually going to see Wax Artist. This is very interesting. I don't know if they expected this coming. I definitely didn't expect this coming. The
I
problem
didn't
with
see
Wax
this
Artist,
coming.
just like Enchantress has problems, like these very huge problems, I will say, these very blatant problems. The problem with Wax Artist is tall walls. Tall walls immediately get in your way, and even if there aren't super tall walls, the moment any survivor gets behind some walls, if they can get behind it for at least 12 seconds and be out of line of out of wax line of sight, meaning the waxers can still see you but they can't hit you, you still have a huge problem on your hands because you're gonna start losing wax very quickly the moment that 12 seconds pass. So that's the scary part with waxers. Again, he's really relying on these survivors just not being in the right spots. As long as the survivors are in the right spots against wax artists, they're gonna have no problem with him, and that is
It's
what,
a character
you
limitation
should
on
see.
wax artist for sure.
Exactly. And unlike Bomb can still hit through walls, so Bomb is way better. At exactly what counters Waxers, Bomb can do the complete opposite. And even though just like Waxers is limited to his speed, and so is Bomb at least has efficient range with the bombs. You know, when you throw one bomb, you can throw a second one. I've seen really good chains from a really far range that really locks in survivors. Like just forces them to just stand for at least even 1 second. That's a big deal. As opposed to like Wax Artist, you move side to side, you get behind like a pole or something. Well, now that's a whole problem. As opposed to like a bomb being thrown and completely negating an area, just blocking it off from being used for the time being. The 5-second bomb, on top of that, the mind games where it'll appear red, but the survivor doesn't know the timer exactly. So they'll have to always assume it's a 2-second, and after 2 seconds, if it doesn't blow up then the survivor can go through. But that's the thing. Got to be careful with waxers that you are at a huge limitation here, especially with the forward acrobat amazing kiter.
That Tetris, the reverse Tetris, is our spawn point.
The reverse Tetris. Not gonna put Enchantress at a graveyard. Now I think this is a great move because Enchantress, you guys see that alleyway on the right side of Enchantress? She can easily take that. She doesn't have to start at graveyard, even if the hunter tries to spawn next to her. That's not actually next to Enchantress. These spawns are really deceiving because it looks like as a hunter you're spawning close to a survivor. You're not. There is at least 40-50 meters of distance. And if you take a look right here, look at how far away he is from the Enchantress still, even though he picked the spawn. So that's the whole problem with like spawn selection as hunter, is that even if you see where the survivor spawns, as long as you pick the right spawn as survivor, you just completely rotate the heck out of them. Now I'm surprised Angel didn't go straight for graveyard, especially since Angel could see the hunter's shadow from far. All Angel had to do was just sit there on the edge and see if the hunter's actually coming for them. If not, go straight for graveyard. Even if they are, you can still go straight for graveyard. So I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, she
why
started
not?
off really far away from the
Yeah,
wax artist.
so-
You said, look how far she is. But
I feel
not
like this
really
is
going for
this is a huge disadvantage right away for Enchantress. Now, we are going to see exactly what I talked about before, getting around those corners, and she is going to lose wax here. I'm just barely going to lose wax. Yep, all the way down to 0. Now, she's going to gain some back here because of the area she kind of locked herself into. Look at that, gonna get hit by 25 wax through the wall because he's stunned. She stunned her. And there we go, that's going to be a critical hit. I would have dropped that personally. Because the recovery is so quick that it's not really worth leaving it up, as opposed to other hunters, it would be more worth it. But yeah, now unfortunately,
this is just knowing your matchup. Yeah, you're right. Leaving it up with.
Oh, almost got it. Almost went for a stun, but Pablo's just gonna barely miss and just push the hunter to do the survivor. Now, if Pablo pushed the hunter into the Enchantress, that also would count as a stun. Survivors do count as obstacles themselves.
Yeah, there are walls, bro. It's crazy when that happens, but that's very possible.
Survivors themselves are walls.
What's it called, Sikey? On PC, they've discovered you can even stun hunters on yourself as the forward.
Really? How
I've
is
seen
that
the clip.
possible?
Sayro has showed me a top forward player that plays in Asia server, I believe, and he was in rank match. He was just styling, and he stunned the hunter on himself. It was quite insane. But a huge lead for the Enchanters right here, away from this wax artist.
Maybe
Palette is still in.
I wouldn't say huge at all because that's exactly what happens.
Never mind.
I probably would have gone up the stairs because if you try going for such an open area, that's exactly what happens.
Well, it could have been a huge lead, but
It could have. No matter what, it's gonna be really hard to bring it back. Now, I feel like what could have happened is like the Enchanters could have used a triple stack and ran towards like let's say somewhere else that's stronger to kite, like maybe Fake Gate, because they don't have a Cypher at Fake Gate. In fact, Fake Gate is already done, so that would have been a great place to kite, plus really good against Wax Artists. So I feel like that was a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but they could still, well...
Oh, did you see that? That was a really good block usage of the mortar shot. Because, what's it called? If they walk through that, they're going to already accumulate wax, making it even easier to freeze them and prevent a rescue. But no one went for the rescue, so it didn't matter in this case.
So that was kind of the idea there. You're right, that was a good observation. Making sure that, like, you're not wasting a second, even 1 second. Look at this, Barmaid already knows to rotate away. This is very, very good. Game knowledge from the Barmaid. Now, is this good for the Barmaid? Still not really, because she's still not... I mean, at least she's not immediately at a disadvantage, but this is kind of the problem. Oh, I would have gone to the right there and not to the left.
Yeah. They're
so
choosing the areas that are benefiting the wax artist, unfortunately.
I imagine the idea here is that so he can still immediately use the cabin area, which is, I think that's pretty smart. The wax is actually going to get hit barely by the side of the building or the corner of the roof. I don't know what happened.
Oh, yeah, she gets the seal for free. She gets the seal free. Yeah, you see where she is?
So that was kind of the idea there. You know what? I kind of respect that because he didn't have full presence. So there's no way he's gonna be able to like combo her into like a stun into a hit and then a basic hit. But I feel like she could have. Well, no, could she? You know what? I take back because if she ran to the right, then she would be stuck to those two pallets. She would eventually get hit there, and then like she
dodges.
Look at those dodges in the environment, so that was really good. Getting behind the building. See, the buildings kind of work against you and for you. You just gotta know how to do it properly as Survivor. If you just started running into a long alleyway against Wax Artists, it's working against you. If you're already on the other side of the alleyway, though, you can get behind the building and now it's working for you. That's gonna be a yikes. Maybe. Oh no, just barely still got the hit, unfortunately. Oh, that's really bad. Now, it's not going to matter that much. The Cypher is almost done. And even with a block here, which he did get the block, Sapphire is just going to immediately be working on the Cyphers that they need. He's going to need a basement here. Basement would be his best chance. I don't know if he can make this. Now with getting stuck on that. I don't think he's going to get it anymore. He's still going to go for it. No, he did get it. I'm very curious. Okay, you can actually tell. Oh, great firebomb there. Look at that, jumping over him.
At least this rescue is 100% secured right here, which I really do like. Here comes the basement trick. He misses.
Didn't get it. Just really didn't get it. Gonna use a blink there? Really?
Really? With that coming up
he thinks this Tide Turner is gonna run out before the Cypher pops? Yes,
it does.
It does. All right. I'll give him that. Oh, and they're still gonna go for the pop. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's a little bit risky because if he leaves the chair immediately, well, Acrobat is. Let's think about this for a second. Acrobat is gonna be the person closest to the gate, and so Acrobat's gonna take a very long time. But he just uses Blink, and Ford died in the corner of the map on purpose, so maybe they were purposely playing them out. Like, no matter what happens, they're like telling each other, just pop this. Right? And the Waxer's going to have nothing to do about it. He's going to have nothing to do. Even with Acrobat slowly decoding the game. I was a little bit scared there at
I was
first,
about to say that too, Sikey. I was like, they absolutely popped that because they knew no matter what, since Blink was used, there's no teleport in play, that they can get to the gate on time without any sort of interruptions whatsoever. And as planned, they did. And that's a tie. So they counted their blessing. They weren't going for any crazy like wins or anything, especially from because Santi could have chosen to share basement again. They did not want to opt for any like risk right there, and I think that they did the right move.
Absolutely there. So Sugar Babies is going to get a tie for their hunter. This
2
doesn't
points.
mean on the other hand that the other side that GGK also tied, so they also get 2 points. So really, it all comes down to Sugar Babies hunter. Can Sugar Babies hunter get 2 people here? Just 2 people will win them this tournament, I believe, because um I mean, no, it wouldn't. It wouldn't because they did exactly what they need to. They tied the round. So
Hmm.
for Sugar Babies to win this, their hunter needs to get 3 people here.
3.
They need to
Hmm.
kill 3 people. If they only get a tie, this does go into round 3 because round 3 there's still hope that now granted it's going to be really rough because round 3 that's when points are going to be decided. So if GGK does go to round 3, they can't just win round 3. They have to match Sugar Babies 8-1. Either that because it's either their hunter 4-mans and their survivors 3-man for GGK, or both of them get a 4-man so that they can beat them out in points. So both the survivors and the hunter would have to get a 4-man here in round 3. But first they have to get past round 2 before they can even think about round 3. And I think Cthulhu Next might be able to get the 3 people here because his hunters are very good on Never Sleeping. He's playing, what's it called, Dream Witch, Wheel, Sculptor, all of the above, really. Miki.
I'm gonna assume that Dream Witch gets banned, but if no Dream Witch, wheel. Like, like it's that type of dilemma again.
Exactly. And if we do see him try to go for the wheel, I assume Cthulhu Next was gonna ban Dream Witch. Sorry, not Dream Witch. He's gonna ban Ford here, so that even if they ban Wheel, it's no Ford is good for Dream Witch, and if they ban Dream Witch, no Ford is good for Wheel. Or Sculptor as well. Sculptor also. Really all the above. Really, Harass is just so good in general. But his 2 bans are going to be Seer and Priestess, which means he's not going to be going for a Ford pick. So now Ford is really good against Wheel. Ford is also really good against Dream Witch. So he's running a little bit of a risk here. I feel like he's giving these survivors a chance to win this match by giving them Ford, by giving them harassment, by giving them that extra time for 2 people to work on the cipher while the other 2 are working together to stall the hunter. One being chased and the other to stun. So this is a little bit scary. But Cthulhu Next, I'm sure he knows what he's doing, banning Seer, and you never know. Maybe we'll actually see Blood Queen instead. Maybe we'll see Anne instead, and those are both solid options to ban Seer against. Oh yes, and we do see the Dream Witch ban, so that makes total sense. And I
That's
assume
a
we're also
smart,
going to see.
immediate Dream Witch ban. Said no Dream Witch. You don't want that.
Yep, there's the Ford. So I was gonna say I'm a little bit worried that they're gonna pick Ford. If they know what they're doing, GGK is going to pick Ford. And these GGK is a very talented team on both the Survivor and the Hunter end. So like that wax artist getting those wax shots, not really missing any. Like whenever the Enchantress was out in the open, he was not letting her get away easy. He was making sure to get those wax hits even across the map sometimes. When she was trying to go up the stairs, she was like vaulting the pout on the other side and going towards Geisha House. He was still getting wax shots in, which is the big thing.
Which the thing is, like, what's it called? They were choosing the. I think Santi was kind of guiding them into the areas where he benefits most. Did you notice that? Like all those no high walls right there, the whole kites that we saw, there were no high wall usages except later on after his first kill. We saw Sapphire just kind of utilizing long walls and cutting off wax artists from getting any free shots in, and that was really nice. But it seems as Angel just kind of got guided into, even with given the choice of Graveyard at the start, kind of just ran to the empty hallways where wax artists just absolutely profits.
Exactly. So really, with wax artists, you just kind of have to start yourself in the right spot. I think I said that at the beginning of the match, because like what you said, like wax artists can definitely guide survivors into areas that are good for him. Where he struggles is if the survivors just start in a good spot. If they start in a good spot, well, now survivors are in the control. Now survivors are guiding you, and that's not really what you want to be doing.
Nope.
So yeah, that's the big thing. That's the big thing there. But we are gonna see a patient ban. Sorry, that was the last ban. The ban before that was entomologist, and they followed up with a barmaid. Still going with the barmaid, even though they banned Dream Witch. Psychologist always, even if it's not no Dream Witch, Psychologist is just so good because if anything ever happens to that forward, whether he rescued normally or whether he took a hit while supporting, Psychologist would just heal him across the map using Wi-Fi healing. so no matter what is gonna benefit. And we are gonna see the Postman here. Postman, it's a risk character, but it's also a reward character. High risk, high reward. Posty. Going in with the Posty. If Cthulhu Next can't find the Postman, he's in a little bit of trouble because this could definitely cause him to get bit in the butt later. As long as now granted, Postman does require still some luck, because he still needs to get 2 deco letters in a row for it to be really valuable, I would say. If he only gets 1 deco letter, then it's like, because then you're waiting. Because, like, think about how long it is to send from one letter to the next. If we check over here, the cooldown to send letters for Postman is 60 seconds. If you don't get a second deco letter, you're waiting 120 seconds before you can send another deco letter. Which at that point, I don't think is really worth it for someone who's made to be a decoder. If you get a rescue letter after the deco letter, which those are the only 2 options, either to get decode or rescue in the middle slot, then you're not going to, you're going to struggle getting your team with the decode, and that's kind of the problem with Postman. So I don't really like him, but this is not about me. This is not the point. The point is he's a high risk, high reward. So if you get the 2 letters, it's really good. It's really, really good if you get the 2 letters. If you don't get the 2 deco letters, it's like below average. Would rate the lawyer better at that point, but still, that's what they're going for. That's kind of the situation they're in. So I can't blame them for it because that's what they've come to. They are in a situation where they need 3 people out. They're gonna do that through great support. They're gonna do that through good decode, and they're gonna do that through great kiting characters as well. Barmaid, Psychologist. As long as that Postman doesn't get found, they could be in a good spot. Cthulhu Next, going in with the Sculptor, one of his better hunters for sure. Although he's really good at all of the hunters. But Postman, gonna be a little bit scary if he ever gets found against Sculptor. I think Barmaid has a very good chance. So the Psychologist. Really, the biggest thing here is do not give a statue hit and a basic at the same time. That is the worst thing you could do. Like if the hunter's gonna block off the pallet, you cannot force your way through that pallet. Once they put a statue in between a pallet, it's not budging until that statue either moves out the way or destroys itself from bouncing around so much. You cannot force it. That statue is the perfect size to body block survivors from going on the other side of a pallet. So the biggest thing here, we might be seeing a hunter switch. So I'll continue anyway. That's the biggest thing. You cannot squeeze your way through. You just kind of have to accept that you're not going to be able to squeeze through. You will either have to wait for the statue to disappear, or if you don't have time, you'll just have to take a basic hit forward or use your ability, which is another great
Sculptor is in play. Sculptor's cracked on this map, bruh. If you go into those alleyways or those narrow areas, she's gonna crush you. If you kite corner house, she's gonna crush you. The only thing you can do is kite in the open, and even then, the threat of the tram remains present too. So, it's pretty.
I was not thinking about the tram, but okay, yeah, I guess tram is a threat.
Look, man. How many games have you seen in tournament where the tram had some effect?
I think we've seen it this tournament, actually. I think we saw the last tournament I commented.
Exactly. We've seen it in almost every tournament, dude. Like, the tram it's there. People gotta start to acknowledge. You gotta kite around the tram.
Some people, man, they were built for the tram, In our case, in my team, we have on Ace, we have Lazy. Lazy was built for the tram. Whenever we play a practice session, Miki, Lazy's getting hit by the tram at least once a day, if not every match. If not every match, he's getting hit by the tram. So you definitely gotta be careful of the tram. Don't be like Lazy. Be like Sikey, where you're able to see the tram. I say that, but there's this one clip of me getting hit, hitting.
Sorry,
There's this one clip of me. Yeah, I was playing forward, and I did a rescue, and I immediately tried to forward in a circle. That's not fair.
Hit by a train.
That's not really fair though, because the chair was next to the track. First of all,
That's funny.
I had to focus on dodging tentacles. I rescue, and then I immediately start a football. There's a tram right there. I didn't even have time to check.
And you took a very tragic hit afterward, if I recall.
A very tragic hit. I was still at full health though, which is different, so I was still able to survive.
Yeah, true. But the thing is, look at this spawn
But
formation.
I be seeing people get hit by trams when you could see the lights coming. That's the thing. Like when your camera's in the same direction as the tram. That's the worst part.
If you see the if you see the lights coming, don't go into the light. Please, you're gonna cost the hit.
Don't be the Mothman. Do not go in the light.
Do not be the Mothman.
Why are people staying in this area? Don't they see the shadow coming?
I don't know, bruh.
Whoa, that was a great statue hit. Just barely clipped that statue. Look at how big this alleyway is, too. Not easy to hit a statue there.
So basically, whichever side wins this match, if any, gets the point for
exactly.
This
So
one.
if the survivors win, they get the point. If the hunter wins, they get the point. If the hunter does win, the tournament ends. If the survivors win here, the tournament is tied and we go into our round 3. So yeah. Now,
So
of
right
course,
here, look at this blockage. Cthulhu's kind of forcing Psych to play his game.
exactly.
And just kind of keeping them in there. And the choice to not use that pallet right there, honestly, Cthulhu could have just kept them trapped and kept using
I know, I
statues.
was thinking that as well. Like, he doesn't want to go for the blink. He thinks he's going to knock her down faster than blink can come back. It would have just been much safer to...
But now look where she is.
Yeah, look, now Ford's going to be able to help out. It would have just been much safer to keep her enclosed there. It's not like there's going to be a priestess. Not going to get it! Wow, great timing from the chisel there. I thought the Ford would do like one more spin there.
That swing was clutch. That swing was very clutch.
But yes, but this doesn't change the fact that had he just kept her corner, he could have blinked her so much sooner. Is it actually fine? It actually might still be fine technically. Why? Because he hit the forward. So, I was thinking if he doesn't hit the forward, then by all means, this is definitely worse for Cthulhu next.
2 ciphers done though, so not a complete loss for survivors.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not a complete loss. So if they tie this, then they could definitely go into round 3. They just need a tie here. Oh wait, no. If the survivors win this, they do get the point for the round. So yeah, it does get tied up. Now, if the survivors tie this, SugarBabies will still be in the lead, but they do have a chance to go into round 3 at least. They'll have to win round 3 though. At that point, look
at her, bruh. She's just wheeling around.
Wheeling around, another form of the wheeler. Now, the reason hitting that forward was actually so great is because the presence. Hunters like to run insolence on... Whoa! I don't know how that hit. One of those statue hits hit. Oh my goodness, what happened there?
And the got blocked off by a statue.
I don't know if I just lagged there or what happened there. Did anyone else see that? What just happened there? I don't know. The forward, like, was... footballing and then out of nowhere, just nothing. Can he get this? No, he didn't get it. That's huge. That's huge. Now the forward can actually go help on the Cypher. He needed to knock down that forward. I don't know if he's going to be able to win this game now. I don't know, Miki, if he's going to be able to win now. Because if he knocked down that forward, oh my goodness, then he would have killed the Psychologist, would have went straight for the forward.
He would have been in an amazing position, dude.
Oh my goodness. Well, no. Psychologist isn't dead, so yeah, he wouldn't be able to. The point is that he just doesn't want them doing some great splash damage. Look at that splash damage. That's why Island is so bad against Sculptor.
Oh my god, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Sculptor's splash damage is the most annoying thing about her. The statues hitting themselves is like a clean hit, right? But why do I run 1 centimeter to the left and still get hit? Like, it's kind of...
Exactly. It's that splash damage. It's really frustrating. So let's see if she can dodge it this time. Nope.
Island.
It's too close.
Island, bro.
Too close. Wow, she's gonna dodge that one though.
And she's gonna get the heal off, actually.
Now, granted, it's only
heal.
It's the reason it's only a 1/4 heal is because she healed before she took the second statue. So that's why it was only a 1/4 heal. Very interesting. I think it was worth it though. It's better to be safe than sorry. It still went down. Look at that full presence. How are you supposed to dodge that in this area?
You can't, and that's why Cthulhu did not hesitate to throw that out. He knows that that survivor is not going anywhere fast. And forward being triple injured, and if he goes down here, it's going to be a GG for Cthulhu, and therefore the win for SugarBaby. So, right here, GGK, gotta play very carefully.
If Cthulhu gets 3 people here, which he just sniped,
he killed the forward.
Just randomly sniped him, freaking no scope going on here.
He actually no scoped him, and we're seeing a
He
no
actually
scope
did.
in
Is
IDV.
this Call of Duty? Is this Call of Duty? Because we just saw a no scope. Right?
CS:GO, bro. Is he CS:GO, dude?
Oh my
Like,
goodness,
what's
look at
going
this.
on, man?
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize
Dead.
the cipher's almost done. How much is that cipher? That cipher's 95.
Oh my
I
god.
didn't even notice. No, the Barman's gonna heal up now. Cthulhu is not in a safe position right now. Look at that, and she's gonna get a heal up. He needs to knock her down. He needs to knock her down. One more. No, he doesn't have any more.
He doesn't have any. She can go with the safety.
Oh my goodness, but he can't. Well, actually, it's fine because I suppose he could try going for another statue hit plus basic.
He
but
knows
look
where she is.
Forward is going for the cipher though, so even if he knocks her down.
Cthulhu's no longer in a dominant winning position, like Sikey said. That cipher is 95.
Oh no! He hit
It's
the chair!
A huge misstep from Cthulhu.
Juicy chair hit for the survivors. Juicy. The confetti popping out the chair. There's no more beautiful sight.
A beautiful oh, that blink!
It's going to shreds, Miki. It's all going downhill.
The pressure is getting to Cthulhu as he is missing blinks. And the tram. Oh,
he
but
could still knock him out. He could still knock him out with his statue, technically. But
it's
he's not gonna
91, Sikey!
Maybe he'll get a hit here. He does. Wait, no, he doesn't. Wait, what?
He doesn't get the hit. No, they're backing up.
Mickey Ford is waiting by gate already. It's not looking good.
It's not looking good for Cthulhu.
Yo, why is Postman? Yo, Postman, back off, back off, Postman. Yo, my
Postman. No,
Look
Postman.
at this. Look at her fighting out in the open. This is what Barmy's now able to do. Now that
Wait,
she's not.
there's no threat. There's no threat of abnormal. Do you know why? He just used blink. And
You're
also,
right. He just used blink.
and there's also no need to worry about it either way because you can react to the animation. If you're a good survivor, you have good reaction time. You can do it.
The juicy chair hit. Look, Ford is actually doing another cipher.
That chair hit costed Cthulhu so much.
I think the blink hit costed a lot more though.
Oh, the blink? Oh yeah, true.
Oh, he could hit her. Come on. Punish. That's
What? Punish her for leaving the site.
Come on! Oh, trap! Please, at least once!
She can pop it with the tram blocked, you know?
Why? I'm rooting for Tram at this point. I'm not rooting for survivors or hunters. Tram, the best hunter.
What is going on, dude? I was like, you didn't punish her for opening the chest.
Suddenly, a third faction almost opened up the Tram faction.
The tram faction, and there goes the cipher pop. Here come the survivors running away like little ants. Pallet is still up. This is a very good pallet.
Oh, yeah. Cthulhu next. I'm not gonna lie. It's not gonna...
Might have fumbled the bag, Cthulhu.
This is not gonna be easy to come home to. It's not gonna be easy to come home to his team with it.
Oh,
got
the movement, almost got him.
The movement. Oh, he does have teleport. Teleport on the forward. Can he get it? He does. The forward can't open the gate in time, even with a dungeon ladder. He wasn't able to.
Huge.
Yo, how much is the gate? The gate is 65. You guys can't see, but that is the gate. Progress right now.
Huge. He's going in a narrow alleyway.
Does Barmy have self-heal? She does. And guess what's next to Barmy? Dungeon. It's actually not gonna matter because Ford's not been on chair this game, so
yeah, Ford's not gonna go anywhere.
He's gonna actually let go of Ford. He's gonna have.
What is this game, bro? What is this game?
I assume Barmy's not gonna pick herself up there on purpose because if she did, he could just leave her down.
So Barmaid made the right choice taking the chair there. But the thing is, Postman's got the door open, so they're kind of just chilling.
You know another scary thing about about the whole thing that just happened, Miki, with all that stalling? During that whole stall sequence, Postman just sent dungeon letters to freaking everyone.
Uh-oh. Huge?
Wait, can he get it?
Huge?
Come on, get it! Can't Cthulhu next get it? Oh my goodness, he got it! He got it and it was inside a gate already!
Oh,
no way!
No.
My rank session is going to be delayed now! I mean, wonderful game from GGK! Wonderful game from GGK,
Bro, you totally
back.
forgot what being commentator entails, dude.
No, I'm messing with you, Miki. I'm messing. Guys,
My rank session will be delayed.
guys, GGK takes this one, and unfortunately, my rank session will be delayed. But their session will not be delayed. Well, actually, it will be. But no, this tournament is more important anyway. But man, that was a clutch game, Miki.
8-1-4-4, bro. They're gonna need to catch up. Remember, the points matter. SugarBabies having a strong lead right now since points are
You're
gonna
right.
matter in this last round.
Actually, you're right, Miki. You're right. So the fact that they tie this still leads to a problem. Because round 3, if we take a look at the point, now that we reach round 3,
It's 13-5,
it's 13-5. So if you another way to look at it is it's 8-1 because round 2 doesn't matter at all. So it's basically equal to 0. That's the difference in points. So the difference in points right now is 7 for SugarBaby. That means the only way GGK can get 7 points is if they get 4 people of their own, and from the hunter side killing 4 people, and then their survivor side needs to get 3 people out. This will lead to into an 8-1 scenario, and that's also a 7-point difference. So 7 minus 7, 0. We'll be all tied up, and we'll go into overtime if that happens.
So they need to have a 4K and a 3 escape.
Yes.
In order to even tie, not win, tie.
Now, interestingly enough,
SugarBabies.
Exactly, not even win, just tie, just evening things out. But you know what? I bet you they'll take it any day over losing the tournament.
Absolutely.
There is another situation that could happen here, although it's going to be almost impossible. The hunter could 4-man and the survivors could 4-man. This will lead to a 10-0 situation. This means that the GGK will win by points. And round 3, it's all about points right now. So now that we've passed round 1 and round 2, once we already won the rounds, now though that 8-1 that SugarBabies got is going to matter. Now, ideally, they don't want it to matter. Ideally, they want to beat the other team in just 2 rounds. So all they really care about is winning the round, not so much the points. But in the case that they do not win round 2 and only round 1, that's where that extra 7 points.
Sikey, I will be right back momentarily. Please take over for me while I'm gone.
Got you, bro. Miki, you go take ahead and take a rest. Maybe take a little snack. Maybe eat some spicy noodles. You know, you go chill out.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
But yeah, that was, it's like you said, my Wi-Fi healings. Yes, Lucy actually said the Wi-Fi healing. So, I feel like that match could have gone very differently had Cthulhunex just not made a few mistakes. That was the biggest thing in that situation. Cthulhunex made a few mistakes there, starting off with that chair hit, but I think even before the chair hit, was there another mistake that we possibly could have seen? It was really, he was in control that whole game, and it was just that, just that one thing, really. So here we go. He had the forward knocked down. He got the no scoop on the forward. He stopped the postman from popping the cipher after the postman rescued, and he knocked down the postman, and it's still in a really good spot. But at this point, this is when the cipher is really close to getting popped. And oh wait, no, was this the chair hit? At some point, the chair got hit. Afterwards, a blink was failed. And if either one of those things didn't happen, Cthulhunex would have been able to snowball out of control. He just needs someone on chair is the point. The moment both of those things failed, he no longer had anyone on chair. He lost all his momentum. He lost all his tempo, as I like to say. And it was really rough to come back from. It would have been a miracle if he still came back from that. But unfortunately, it didn't happen for Cthulhunex. It was really close. But no cigar, not going to be able to get the win. So we are going to go into round 3. Now, interestingly enough, he actually pushed the Barney with the statue, and then Barney went behind the chair, and then Cthulhunex went for the chair hit on accident, of course, not on purpose. And then the blink. I don't know what happened with the blink. That's why I always hold my blinks. I don't like to tap my blinks because that's exactly what could happen. If you put your camera in the wrong angle, if you tap the blink, it's based off of camera. And the spectator system doesn't update the camera fast enough to reflect that. Like when you're spectating someone, there's always like a 1 second delay before their camera actually goes in the correct spot that they were facing. So Cthulhunex was probably looking in the direction of a wall. That was where Blink would have showed up, and unfortunately the game just pushed him to his side anyway, so it looked like the Blink just didn't do anything, unfortunately. GG's, absolutely, to GGK. It's in their name after all. And they are going to be able to just barely survive. I think they could pull this through. They do have a very talented hunter. David Santi made a very impressive show, though I do think with just a few a few differences on the Survivor side. They definitely should have won that, honestly. There's so many ways that that GGK can still bring this back. So yeah, I think their Survivor side can definitely bring in this window that they need. I think they can do it. So yeah, I think we're gonna be finally going into the next round. The third.
Do I see Arms Factory?
You do see Barms Factory, Miki.
Arms Factory. Well, I'll be darned.
Miki just coming out of nowhere, Miki. It's time for the sheriff voice. We haven't done this in a darn tootin' minute.
Oh my
Wow.
lord, I think the last time I was a sheriff, my youngin' couldn't walk it.
Gosh dang, Miki, you an old man in that case. Miki, you think we're gonna see a cowboy? We're gonna see a cowboy this session?
I hope we see a cowboy.
Now, if we see a prospector, then I think that's Western enough. You know, prospector be digging up them gold mines, you know,
especially during the California gold rush.
I do see the darn prospector, Miki. The prospector. Now, he may not have a cowboy voice, but he darn tooting got the Western voice.
He sure's got him. He sure himself is a prospect of the good old Wild West, digging him up some gold that he could find on the floor, if not.
He digging up them gold, and you know what else I dig, Miki? I dig the prospector pick. We got Seer, Bicologist, and Banser on the first three bands, and we see Mercenary and Prospector in response. Prospector, don't mess with ye olden days, Prospector. Ye olden days of Prospector, he was busted S tier. Freaking crack open the gold mine, busted. That kind of deal. So much gold in that character.
Sit back and relax, type busted. $5.99 type busted right there. Could just bust open a can of Bush's Best and watch him do his thing.
Premium quality Bush's Best is what we're talking about when we talk Prospector. Now, in response, we got the good old Acrobat. Very great pick to pick if they darn tootin' don't ban him. And for the final pick, Miki, we got the Enchantress. Don't mess with
the thing about this team, Sharabaki, is that the Acrobat doesn't go dropping them balls, cannot waste any of them at all, but he can't afford to do so here at Arms Factory.
Factory, definitely going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one for show. You can still get some pretty darn cartoon value from these bombs, though. Do not mess with Acrobat. And for the last one, we got the old saloon lady bomb, and the whole Western crowd is here. We missing
looks like there's gonna be a lassie to protect after all.
Yeah, we're gonna have someone for the Prospector to come on after. Now, if I could whistle, this is the part where I would do it. Do the whistle sound, Miki.
I actually can't whistle.
Darn, Miki, no whistling.
I can't whistle. I never learned how.
Prospector is gonna be protecting the Sally. Whip, woo! You're gonna have to consider that a whistle, Miki.
Oh, you can't whistle either.
I can't whistle either, Miki. All right,
unfortunately, you got two whistlest cowboys.
We got Sheriff that can't whistle. What kind of Western movie is this?
I don't know, Sheriff. I do not know.
Looks like we got Mercenary on the tie turner. We got Acro with the tie turner. Prospector flywheel.
Turner.
Barmaid's broken. No questions asked. Barmaid is broken.
Barmaid ain't broken. Barmaid is the S tier.
We're talking cracking open the Bush's can of baked beans, broken.
Oh my God, is that the Axe Boy?
That's Axe Boy, Miki. We got the Axe Boy in the town. Now, what do you like to see in the West? You see a lot of dead trees withering away, and that's exactly what we see in Axe Boy, withering away these survivors in the heated desert. But can good old Prospect pick up his pickaxe and strike gold where it's seen least? I wonder, Miki.
He's gonna strike him right on the head if he's gonna do anything for his team right here. Gotta strike all 4 of them and keep them out of them exit gates.
That's how it goes, Miki. Now, if only that Pickus could be used to break open the exit gates, but unfortunately, he only brought Magnus to this one. Now, in Prospector's story, he ain't a prospector no more. He geographic geographer? Gosh darn, I can't even say it. Who's heard of that gosh darn hardened word in the West? No one says gosh darn geography. No.
What y'all think? We smarts or something? We ain't got no academics.
We got no brains over here. There's only tar, toot, and baked beans all across the West. That's all we got here.
Did you say brains? I think we heard beans.
We have no brains here. We only have beans.
Absolutely right. Darn tootin', Sheriff. All right, here we go. We're going right into the match, and as you see here, the hunter that locked is gonna be the X-Boy, and I'm kind of afraid to see what he got in this pocket.
I'm very interested to see what this Atlas got in his little darn tootin' pocket. He's definitely wearing pants, I hope, with pockets, preferably. We'll see what he pulls out that pocket, maybe out his sleeve. You never know what's under those leaves.
Hey, Sheriff, I can ask you a quick question.
Yeah, what's your question, sure, Miki?
Well, what do you think of Sheriff Santee? I think that's a good name, actually, or Deputy Santee.
Deputy Santee? Oh, you're right. We see Deputy Santee here pulling out the axe boy.
He's on patrol. He's got to catch these delinquents.
We got a bounty on these suckers' heads. Prospector, he a prospector, and he be taking gold, but he be taking gold that don't belong to him. So it's time for Deputy Santee to reel him in, lasso him down to his final days.
We got the Tetris formation locked in. All 4 survivors going right here. And Deputy Santee's going to the corner.
Okay, Santee.
The bottom corner. Okay, Deputy Santee. He's getting a little ahead of himself right here, but let's see if he can stop these rapscallions.
Interesting spawn from Deputy Santee. I was wondering why not start somewhere like front gate, so that way when he goes towards middle, the prospector can only go in the direction of his other survivors, possibly interrupting decode. Now none of that is gonna happen though. In fact, he's got all these walls in the way that's gonna make it so hard to go towards middle anymore. So interesting spawn from Deputy Santee, but I think he could still pull in a W here.
Sheriff, the mercenary just hit himself from Deputy Santee, but not like it matters. He's not going to chase him. He's going to chase the prospector, stealing gold that's not his.
Deputy Santee got roasted by the Magnus.
Oh, but the prospector dropped a pallet on himself. Deputy sliding right through.
Yep, he's slipping and sliding right through that pallet. There's something else I slipped and slid through last. Not Deputy Sheriff Miki, but
I think I know exactly what to use to talk in the bail, Sheriff Sikey.
What the heck up, Sheriff Miki? We continue in this tournament. Prospector is actually still on the run. He's gonna make it to the
run. Look at him go. Look at him go. Sheriff, he got gold in his pocket. That's why he can't run that fast. It's too heavy for him.
Yeah, he definitely slowed himself down, but the blink happened.
No gold for him, I reckon. Once that blink goes up, you're dead.
Your date is right. Your date. That is exactly
and
what
I can't stand it when commentators think that blinks are impressive. Guys, blinks are a layup. Everybody gets them. They're just like rescues.
Dude, and if you can't do a blink, that's like not being able to rescue as survivors. So why we complimenting blinks unless it's a really good blink?
Unless of course it got an extreme value. But
look at Sandy. Sandy's making sure he's not going to run out of those darn withered trees. This western landscape needs to stay western landscape, and western landscape means dry trees everywhere. So that's exactly what Sandy's gonna do.
He's probably trying to attract himself some vultures too to go on the branches because he's just leaving these trees.
Oh yeah, if he could get a crow on there, maybe attack the survivors. We need a hunter that like really reels in the crows. Yo, I just came up with an amazing hunter idea.
He reels in the crows. Yeah, absolutely uses crows as weapons.
There's crows all over these maps. Why don't we have a hunter that uses the crows? I got no clue, Miki.
I don't know what would be called the foreman.
NetEase sucks. NetEase sucks at coming up with new ideas. But I
No
just gave one
creativity. That's why the same darn 4 survivors been in this. Oh,
Wow!
the headshot. Got the nicest gun-slinging arms in the West right here. Deputy Sandy's absolutely on a tear.
Sandy just shredding through these pallets.
Doesn't even need to get hit. Boom!
Barely
Get
got
fireball
the
hit.
hit.
You can use it to speed up.
Barely got the hit. Great strategic use of that flame ball. Deputy Sandy immediately taking down that barmaid with him. Gonna be taking him down to the county jail right here. Named like this chair's got all like angels. I'm losing myself, Biggie, help me out here.
Oh, no, yeah, don't worry about it, Sheriff, right here. You got the mercenary going around with the back, and he going to you elbow pad right here to get closer to the chair.
He's the elbow pad, great dodge from Deputy Sandy.
The outlaw, do you see him with this ski mask? He's definitely an outlaw.
Oh, is that a chair?
No, that he hit the mercenary. Do not worry about it.
Oh, the double hit on the mercenary, though.
Oh, what double hit a mercenary? This is madness.
This is madness, Miki. Can he knock down the bomb? Another quick scope!
Oh, another shot by Deputy Sandy. He's not missing. There it is. He's just dusting off his revolvers right there.
Deputy went ahead, took a good quick look on yonder at his revolver. He's like,
Indeed, Sheriff.
Put it back in his pockets in the pants that I hope he's wearing. Not really sure on the skin, but gonna be able to. Whoa, he knows exactly where that darn student acrobat is. Look at. Came across him. No, Deputy Sandy is right there.
Deputy Sandy is right there. You can see him.
Wait. Did he not break the tree? If he didn't break the tree, then it wouldn't give him notification.
I don't think he broke the tree. Actually, I think
Deputy,
he's just making sure
Deputy
that
Sandy. Oh, he did break the tree. It should have given him a
Deputy
notification.
Sandy's about to get 3 people out the door.
He got a mercenary. He got the darn tootin' mercenary. Oh my goodness, is this a foreman from Deputy Sheriff? He wrangled those darn tootin' bandits down to the county jail where they deserve to be. He put in the interesting.
Fully proud deputy right there, Sheriff Sikey.
Interesting. He put in the mercenary in the county jail early, giving the acrobat a chance to get through dungeon. Interesting.
None of these rapscallions escape.
He needs to get the foreman here. Oh, but he chaired him because that darn bite for his almost done. Look at that. The cipher that was next to the mercenary. It's 99%.
Will he find him right here? Sheriff, it's a big moment right here.
Sheriff Miki, if he don't find this darn acrobat, well, this could be a huge 1 point for Team SugarBabies. Wait, is it SugarBabies? Yeah, this is SugarBabies. GG. Oh, he found the acrobat. Now acrobat was trying to get a little bit.
He's on the run. He's getting loose.
He kind of get a little bit sneaky there. He getting a little bit loosey-goosey. Not gonna let it happen, though. No. Sheriff Sandy's on the case.
Deputy Sandy indeed. Oh,
look at that
headshot by the deputy.
Oh, look at that bleed.
Oh, and there's the 4-man elimination by deputy, putting them all in the county jail as he should.
There's gonna be no breaking out of this jailhouse. They're all being sent to execution through rocket chair. There you go. Deputy Sandy, just barely edging out the acrobat, finding him. Acrobat getting a little bit too good in his shoes, getting a little bit too comfy in those boots. A snake suddenly showed up in them, and boom! Deputy Sandy found him when he was trying to get the snake out his boot.
I wish we could do instant replay right now, because, man, when he rolled up, boom, bam, and slid up, pow!
That's darn tootin' right, Miki. Miki, my feet are getting cold because it's 34 degrees Fahrenheit outside. But
you're not wrong. That's why I'm wearing
heated.
A pair of socks. Nicely knit.
So am I. I'm wearing a pair of socks. It's like gloves for your feet.
Gloves for your feet, you say. Absolutely correct right there. So if you guys are enjoying this beautiful weather, just put on a nice pair of gloves for feet and feet gloves, and you'll be
Put
good.
on new name for socks, feet gloves. Make sure you put on your feet gloves. Selling
Feet
them at
gloves.
coming up at like $4.99 in Target. Target, go ahead and find them in my good old Target. Maybe in the local Western saloon. You know, maybe they're selling a pair of socks. You never know.
You know,
But
you
look
might,
at
you
it.
might be right about there.
Deputy Sandy proved that this town ain't big for the 5 of us. It's only big for 1 of us. And Sandy set them all out to the deputy jail. I mean, the county jail.
Good move work right there from Deputy Santee.
Deputy Sandy taking out the prospector. Prospector, particularly huge bounty on his head. Put him right where he belongs. All that gold was safely returned. No worries, everybody. So Deputy Sandy was able to pull out the prospector, getting him down in 45 seconds. Right next to basement. Not gonna lie, Deputy Sandy, rolling the dice there a little bit with that basement being there, but nonetheless, Deputy Sandy pulled through just like that. He was able to get a 4-man for his team. What does this mean, Miki? Miki, this means that all GGK needs is to get 3 people out, and they tie this and go into overtime, and my rank session gets
I don't
even
think
more
you
delayed.
should go want things to go to overtime though, because it's gonna take too long, and then you're not gonna be able to rank at all, Sheriff.
Miki, I'm gonna go all the way down to worker B today if I don't do my darn tootin' rank match. I would turn into a B.
You'll turn to a B, Sheriff, but you're a sheriff. You can't revert.
There, Miki, that ain't how a worker out here. This is all made up in her head. I can suddenly turn into a bee if I want.
Oh no, he's gonna go back to his larva days.
Oh man, it was nice being the deputy, but it looks like I'm gonna be reborn from the Queen's anus. Can I say that on YouTube?
I don't think so. I think it's fine. I'll let it slide.
Slipping and sliding as my good old college days. That was my nickname, Mr. Slip and Slide. Sugar Babies going in.
Why do they call you that, Sheriff?
Yeah, they called me that in college.
But why?
Mr. Slip and Slide?
Mr. Slippin' and Slide.
No need for you to know, Miki, Mr. Sugar Babies is gonna be on the prowl, picking the hunter's side. GGK though just needs that 3-man, and they tie this up, and we go to our first ever overtime that I've been a part of. I'm so honored to be here. Oh yeah, man, Miki. If we see a if we don't see a prospector, we may have to retire the Western accent, you know.
You know, that prospector was caught stealing gold that wasn't his, even though he's trying to give it to the poor or whatever. He kind of just got caught.
We got the saloon lady, though. We don't have to completely give up the Western accent.
That's true.
Acrobat, maybe Acrobat worked out in the West. You never know.
He probably was the West's finest entertainment.
Oh yeah, you bet. He was a traveling circus, hula baloo. Shame we didn't see Moonlit this tournament. Oh, we might see it in overtime though.
Absolutely. If we see overtime, Sheriff Sikey will become a B.
Mickey, I think we may need to retire the Western accent. Cause they banned Prospector!
How dare they ban Prospector?
I think we know why. I'm a little bit surprised why the ban Prospector, because we just saw him get executed last round. He ain't coming back. He died.
He did indeed. Oh wait, actually, Sheriff Backy, this is the first time that we've gotten confirmation that the audience would like us to keep the Western accent.
Audience would like the Western accent? Alright, we'll keep the Western accent going. Deputy Sandy, he knows what he doing. Deputy Sandy pulled in the 4-man for his team. GGK.
GGK getting all the help from Deputy Sandy.
That's right, Evening Skies, Mr. Slip and Slide. Good old college nicknames out here. And we see the postman band. We got the postman band. You know, he's sending mail out through the West. Take a little bit of time though. And when it finally arrives to his target, he gives him a good old bonus to their decode. So no need for that. Hunter said, "Nuh-uh, I ain't gonna be able to put that in the jail. We gonna keep him in the jail. Not gonna be good for the hunter, Miki. Not gonna be good."
No, not at all.
So now we got another deputy here. This deputy is none other than Deputy Cthulhu. Now I know. Mama told me herself. That's not how you pronounce it. But and I mean, can you blame me? It looks like a bunch of darn gibberish. How am I supposed to know?
Absolutely, looks like it's written by rapscallions.
What kind of rapscallion would have wrote that? Probably one that didn't have a... No, I can't say that. That's offensive.
Oh yeah, you can't be saying offensive things right there, or we're gonna get canceled.
Don't want to get canceled. Moving on to the match, though.
Judge Judy is the hunter.
Now, Judge Judy has had her fair share of fatty meals. She's gained a little bit of pounds since then. But
That's
that
what I'm
don't mean
trying to
that,
be, Sheriff. I'm too thin. I'm a little pipsqueak. I'm trying to get some weight like Judge Judy over here. But I ain't gonna look like two bulging balls of stress.
Exactly. You got two bulging balls in the front, two bulging balls in the back, and that's not what you want to be as a male, Miki, you know. But basically, Miki, what we looking here at is Judge Judy gained a few pounds since her last court session, but that don't mean Judge Judy can't serve justice to those who deserve it. We got a couple of outlaws here. These outlaws need to be put in their...
A little bit of trivia for y'all who don't know, but Judge Judy wasn't even gonna be a hunter, but she was put in because she was Ripper's lawyer, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. I believe I read that somewhere. It was part of like the Oh yeah, you're right. You're darn too right, because I was like reading some like one of Ripper's character letters, and a name showed up. Clerk Hagen. It was the name, Beaky. And this was way before Clerk ever existed in the game. So this name actually was just a name at the time. It wasn't until many years later that the devs decided, why don't we include Judge Judy in the game?
I don't know why they decided to put Judge Judy in the game. Just because character makes an appearance in the name does not mean you gotta make her a character.
Exactly, Miki. So here we go. Judge Judy has only 3 things that she wants in her life. She wants 2 balls in the front, 2 balls in the back, and a whole lot of justice to be served to all these survivors.
The Tetris formation is coming out.
The Tetris formation, Miki, never do doubt the Tetris formation. We doubted Deputy Sandy with his location, but look at him. He got the 4 squadron out here, getting those 4 men out here where they belong.
Right here, we got new deputy on here, Deputy Cthulhu Nuts.
And that's exactly what I was suggesting. Look at Deputy Cthulhu. Didn't I say that last time that's what
you did say that, Deputy?
I did, because now when it goes towards middle, the dancer can only rotate in directions where there are already survivors. Now, granted, he's got to be a little careful, because like the person in your factory could slip in over there, and then dancer's free to go deep sandbag. So you got to be a little careful there.
You can't let her get away. Can't let these rapscallions escape.
Actually, Miki, I realize that these rapscallions are going to be able to get away no matter what the hunter does. So. Well, look at this.
You're right, but however, this deputy is very, very fast. So.
Oh, you're right. Now, I'm a little bit surprised Acrobat went to Shed. I feel like it was a missed opportunity.
This is I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know about that. Pallet's done Deputy Miki, Sheriff Miki, because think about that is now we can easily didn't pick it up. Interesting. I guess it's because she didn't want her darn tootie spinning. Oh, that's a Pallet's done. How?
This game sucks, Sheriff. Like, I think you already knew about this.
Holy moly, look at those spins. Whip, woo, look at those spins.
You did, pal, right here. Sheriff, that's a terrible trade for her.
Snuck in a hit last second. Snuck in a sneaky little hit.
And look at that, reading where she's gonna go. Will he catch this rapscallion as fast as Deputy Sandy did?
Now, unfortunately here, Beaky, look at that last second music box. Actually, it's a good thing because he can't
Actually,
fall.
this is gonna save her.
No
Dodge
way!
with the blink.
Blink! Look at the way this dancer is moving and schmoving. No, and she's dead.
But she's dead.
Never mind that, Beaky. But the darn moves, the schmoving moves are pretty darn too.
You do got moves, and one of them, the tiddly, one of them doohickeys about you done. I don't know what
Moving
they're
and
called.
moving, diddly, bludin, wooden moves.
We don't got those in the West. I think y'all call them ciphers, but we don't got those in the West. I call them
Those darn doohickeys. They're trying to finish the darn doohickeys. Great
I don't know
keeper out
why
there.
though, Sheriff. Why are they trying to be the doohickeys? Like, can't you just go out and do something better?
I don't know why we decided to call them doohickey of all things. You know, why not like?
I know, Sheriff, but this rescue's very good right there from the mercenary.
Great rescue from the mercenary. Now actually going to give the dancer a chance to reach a power play if we don't forget, Beaky. Don't forget that we already gave her
Oh,
a
there the pallet drop and then
that hurts. That hurts. Don't forget,
hurts, Sheriff. That
because
really
because of the stun that the dancer gave earlier, that means that she's carrying a solid. Let's see. She's carrying 2 out of 2 pallet drop recordings, Mickey. That was the whole critical mistake that this dancer did. She dropped the music box. She actually lost distance by running backwards. She already had a ton of distance.
That's what I was thinking, Sheriff. She could have just ran the shack.
Just by running straight, she actually would have been able to just outrun the recording and had it run out before she drops her next powder or uses the next window. So a little bit unintuitive there. Still, though, Sheriff Beaky, they're down into these ciphers. Let's take a look at the cipher progress.
Rescue's happening? Oh, she's too big with her 2 big old balls in the back.
Oh my goodness, Beaky. The 2 balls in the front, 2 balls in the back. I said it before, I'll say it again. There's nothing. That clerk don't knock better than 2 balls in the front, 2 balls in the back, and a big old load of justice being served.
Absolutely. Can she swing at the dance?
Nope, she didn't, and he's gonna get a critical miss.
Gotta get a free pallet stun right
He
here.
didn't see that coming. Deputy Cthulhunex getting a little bit shredded here by the dancer. He needs to stop. Nope, he a little bit late on recording that barmaid. Let's look at the cipher progress real quick. We got 60.
If this dancer stays alive, oh, she's not. She dead.
He dead. Now, don't forget, Deputy Cthulhunex. He needs to get 2 people here. He needs to get 2 people. If you don't get 2 people here, he going into overtime. Oh, look at this. Barmaid, the saloon girl, is already ready to get off the cipher. He knows. She knows. Deputy Cthulhunex try to get a little bit sneaky blocking that cipher, but
I don't know,
nah.
Sheriff. Anything can happen here. If he doesn't switch to teleport, he commits this Merc got 3 elbow pads to make it happen.
I'm a little bit scared here for Deputy Cthulhunex. He had a little bit rough time.
Worried.
Dancer did something. A big little mishap happened with Dancer running
Wow,
backwards.
look how sneaky the barmaid is. Deputy
Look
Cthulhu
at
not
her.
didn't see her until she's at the chair. What a good rescue route.
Slippery than a worm on a rainy day. Don't mess with the barmaid. Look at those 2 balls in the front blocking the barmaid. Now,
2
generally,
balls in the front blocking her from doing anything that she wants to do, but no cipher pop yet because of the timing of the lock right there. So Acrobat's gonna do all he can, really pop it.
Now, generally, Beaky, I don't see anything wrong into my face being pushed into to 2 balls, but in this case, it ain't a good thing at all.
Look at that! Slippery, sneaky barmaid again, hiding all her tracks from the hunter.
Actually, I see a track right there. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there she is! Up, she's in there right up.
The stopper is darn tootin' prime. Now, I really hope the acrobat doesn't pop right away, or else he might get recorded. Did he get recorded? He did! The cipher is blocked. Elbow pads, he just used his first elbow pad. Elbow pad is actually all the way up to 3 now. Cthulhunex playing a little risky, chasing a mercenary. This mercenary. Beaky, didn't we say before that they need a 3-man to tie this up? Going after the mercenary is a huge risk. He could kite to dungeon. He's still got another. Oh no, he doesn't. He don't have more elbow pads, Beaky. Oh my goodness.
Like
Cthulhu
I
Deputy
said, this
Cthulhu.
teleport might be everything right here because if he gets this down, that's it for the game. Crushes that, but putting it back up. Oh, he misses the
Look at that
swing.
speed drink. He went for the pickup pallet. Mind you, Miki, that pallet pickup was the same pallet pickup that the dancer dropped. That was the only reason he was able to pick up that pallet. All connecting back to that dancer dropping that pallet, causing this barmaid to go down. Unfortunately, dancer
Very
being
unfortunate indeed. That dancer should not have dropped the pallet on that clerk, and the two big old balls in the front is just absolutely gonna mess them up.
And she got the gavel on her back in case extra justice needs to be served to these survivors. Look at
And
that,
right
Miki.
there, they have to go for this, Sheriff. If they
But
don't,
they
lose.
don't have a choice. They need to go for this rescue. They don't have a choice. Now look at this, Miki. Let's take a look at the chair and let's take a look at the tension. If the tension hits 30 before the chair hits halfway, then they could potentially do a rescue before they died. But no. Let's take a look at that chair, Miki. The tension was at 31 seconds when Barmy went over half. That means that she will die before the tension runs out, which means someone needs to take a detention here if they want to rescue this. Tension will not run out on itself. Ooh, going for the regular hits with the recording. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, you're gonna knock down the mercenary. That's exactly what I expected. You might go for the swing from far. Let's see if he gets it. He got it, Miki! He got it, and the detention does apply. The detention makes it so the swing does half damage instead of 1/4. Amazing job from Cthulhu next there. That delay, Miki, Sheriff Miki, makes it real tough to hit anyone. But the fact that Cthulhu next was strong enough, both mentally, physically, everything, all the above, he was able to nail that hit.
I'm just telling you right now, Sheriff Sikey, it helps to have 2 balls in the front, 2 balls in the back, and a whole gavel of justice.
Exactly, Miki, and this is the thing that we learned today. Don't mess with justice. Justice will come back to bite you. Let's see if
mess with the
Acrobat
2
can get out.
balls in the front, 2 balls in the back.
Ooh, gonna get the hit on Acrobat for extra BM value. And just like that, Miki, we got ourselves a mighty fine winner. And that winner,
SugarBabies, keeping them alive in the West.
and that winner, Miki, is SugarBabies. SugarBabies out here pulling into dubskis. Little bit sketchy on round 2, little bit messy. But nothing that Mr. Slip and Slide isn't used to when it comes to messiness. All in all, Miki, round 3, they definitely...
Round 3, they definitely did pull it out right there. I'm just gonna finish Sheriff Saxon's right there. Thank you all for coming here, but good job to Team
Sheriff Miki,
SugarBabies.
did you say pull out?
I didn't say nothing like that.
A poor choice of words in front of Mr. Slip and Slide, Sheriff Miki.
Mr. Slip and Slide's got the best. I think that's inappropriate. I don't think we're allowed to talk about this.
Sheriff Miki, I think we need to close up the stream here. Look at that, SugarBabies, gonna bring this one home. Let's take a look at the score here, actually, in case I did mess something up. They won 9-7. Pretty darn close. Just 2 survivors away from tying that match and moving on to overtime. Would have been our first overtime match yet in the tournament, at least today. But with that being said, guys, I hope you guys did enjoy today's stream. Today's bracket was a fun one. Sure heckin' darn tootin' fun one. SugarBabies, GGK, y'all both provide an amazing show today. Love watching every second of it. Miki, you got anything else you wanted to say for today?
I think that I agree with everything that you said. Thank you all for coming out to spectate with us this sport of ours that we like to call IDV. And yeah, I hope to see y'all's for the next day, which is tomorrow, I believe.
At 2 p.m. Eastern, we'll have Omega versus Activator.
2
Omega.
p.m. Eastern, Omega versus.
Oh man, don't mess with Omega. Omega is gonna give him an Omega kind of win against Activator. But Activator might activate their trap card, so you never know what's gonna happen. Either Omega gonna give it an Omega Dubsky, or Activator gonna come out and activate their secret little card. Never know what's gonna happen, guys. Tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, where your host will be, I don't know, maybe Mixie. I think Mixie, maybe you. Yes,
Mixie
you
and
and Mixie.
you and Mixie.
Oh yeah, that's darn tootin' right. So thank you everybody for coming along this stream. I will see you all later, guys. Take care, guys. This has been Sikey.
Say howdy to a neighbor next time you see him.
Oh yeah. Take care, Sheriff, fellow citizens.
Take care, my citizens of our here saloon. And remember, stay smiling, say howdy. Peace out.